So plan for today is more of this and more roguelikes in the evening. Either Lost Flame, Jupiter Hell, or if I don't feel like playing a roguelike later tonight, some Slavic squat simulator or big stompy robot sim. Whatever we end up feeling like. But for right now, we're jumping back in to the absolute realm of Longdeath, where we are building this. And this is our project for today, is continue working on this. Although I might make it bigger once we're done smoothing it and getting all the boulders out. So Screwbuck, the way I do streams is there is kind of like two categories of games. I've got games that I have set as like main games, and then games that I have that are like evening games. Games that if I'm gonna sit down and play it, I'm gonna play it for like 7 hours straight, like Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud. Those are all main games. If I'm gonna play it for an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe, it's an evening game. So games that I like to play in short sessions go in the evenings, and games that I play in long sessions are the whole stream. So if I'm gonna play Caves of Cud, I'm gonna play Caves of Cud for the whole goddamn stream. I'm not gonna just play Caves of Cud for a little bit. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel about Caves of Cud. Yeah, Maze is new. So let's go up to the top surface, and I'll give you guys an overview. And thank you, Jack Narek. We locked their dwarf in the labyrinth. Suggestion noted. Suggestion respectfully declined. All right. We have this. We have our beehives up top, which we are making mead from and getting wax from for our wax crafts. We got the top of the wall, the actual pit fort itself. All the way down, we have the artificial waterfall in the middle. We have many dwarves. Many dwarves are also training right now because they wanted to train, and it had been a while. Down beneath, we have more farming and all of our iron and various metals over there in the bottom right. Up top, we have our Anything Goes temple, which is that room right there. Right next to it, we have a small chunk of books. These are all of our first editions, all of the original books that we wrote ourselves, the first copies of them. Down beneath this, in the bottom right, we have our terracotta army and all of our coffins and tombs for all of our dwarves. And then down beneath this, we have the Grand Maze of Maziness. Isn't it amazing? So it's got currently a Cyclops, right? And it's also got a Etten in it. We got both of those things. We are making this amazing maze of maziness for the purpose of throwing helpless creatures, peoples, and monsters into it. And to watch them die to whatever big creature we put into it previously, or prisoner, which seems like a bit of fun. You're pretty amazed by the amazing maze of maziness. I mean, what I'm amazed by is how the dwarves seem to know where they're going. Like, dwarves know exactly where they're going in here. That's what's actually amazing about this maze of maziness. Did your dwarf succumb? No, actually. No, your dwarf's okay, sort of. But you are utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. So soon? Also, Microwave, hello. Also, I like that name. Microwave go, That's funny. I like names like that. Amusing. But yeah, it's all about just working on the maze and keeping the fort alive. So very sad news. Our outpost liaison, who is, I guess, question mark, Lump's lover, Lump being one of our militia captains and one of our longest time dwarves, and Granny now, or grandfather rather, his lover missed him. The outpost liaison didn't show up last season. Goffer, yeah, you're alive. I can find you. Keyword is if I can find you. There's not that many dwarves on the list. I should be able to find you. But yeah, our outpost liaison just vanished. There you are, up at the top. Yep, you are socializing. How can society function without loyalty? One must be able to have faith in each other. You're alive. Earth is a good roguelike sin. Is this a real thing that you're talking about, or are you just memeing about Earth? But, yeah, no, you're alive. And a philosopher, it seems. Also, there's a bunch of dead buzzards over here. But that's normal. But yeah, so that's the status of Longdeath. We have this seasonal waterfall, which shuts off in the winter when everything freezes. We're making a lot of clothing. The game, it's on itch.io if you care. If you want me to try these games, stick them up on Discord. It's a little roguelike, put it in the roguelikes room. More like a 9-head. I mean, actually, Dwarf Fortress isn't specific enough to tell us that they have receding hairlines. So I would assume he actually has a very thick head of hair. Medium-length sideburns, neatly combed. Medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. And his hair is clean-shaven. So he has no hair. Oh yeah, he is a 9-head. Are you still a baby? Probably. Brander, buddy, is... You're a child, so you can move about on your own. You're currently irritated after dwelling upon wearing old clothing, which we're fixing. You are dwelling upon getting caught in the rain, so that's pretty standard. You greatly respect individuals that persevere through their trials and labors due to a family member receiving justice through a criminal's conviction in the year 69. I hate this track. So, yeah, no, it's, you're playing with a brass toy hammer that we bought off the humans. How's Jack Nurick III doing? Let's check in. Once again, I have to spot you. There you are. Spear mastering. I mean, who couldn't really use a drink? You're frustrated after being unable to acquire something for too long. That'll be fixed by the clothing that we're making right now. You're interested after reading? You like reading. You're interested remembering learning about metalsmithing. Satisfied upon improving kicking. Satisfied upon improving observation. Interested learning about striking. Overall, I'd say you're good. You didn't know I had a Discord? I've had a Discord for a very long time. I've had a Discord since 2015, actually. Since Discord went into open beta. Technically since before Discord went into open beta, but... Not until your house is fully burnt down to the ground with water, because that's how water works. Pilot guy. How bad is the hurricane? Is it a doozy or is it okay? So yeah, we've got a whole lot of stuff that needs smoothing, but the military kind of got a training break. Right now we're in mid-autumn. We'll wait until we get to late autumn, and then we'll let them go do their things. So another interesting thing that started happening yesterday is the humans kept bringing us lots of news. Because this little human town right here, part of the Confederacy of Sport, is invading this human town over here, also part of the Confederacy of Sport. And this human town right here that's getting invaded is invading this human town. So they're invading each other. For some reason. Also, they've stopped bringing me anywhere near as much stuff to trade, and the Royal Treasurer didn't arrive for 2 years. Yeah, the humans are having some sort of civil war. I don't know what caused it. Now, I'm not at war with either of them, and they're still part of the same faction. So if I invade one of them to go help, they will kill me. They'll both kill me. Also, hey, Wave Thrash. Which we don't want, because that would be bad. Also, Wave Thrash, since you're here, let's check in with your Dwarf, who's currently training. You were satisfied about learning about miscellaneous object, felt satisfied improving concentration, felt satisfied learning about wrestling, and felt amused remembering wearing old clothing. and you learned about miscellaneous object, and that was very satisfying. How to pick up random thing from ground and throw. Also, who's depressed? Who's depressed? Ah, Barons. Barons is training in wrestling. Hopefully you don't tantrum in the middle of the military, otherwise you'll just get stabbed to death, and it'll be like Groundhog Day. But we put you in the military because you're getting nothing but positive moods out of being in the military, so I really hope that you just keep training and it helps. I really hope. Also, one of our longest time dwarves, Pispan, committed a crime. By that, I mean, was put in prison for not making items that the mayor demanded. Speaking of, I should probably make sure you don't want anything. No, just don't export dresses. Got it. We actually have a mayor now because we hit 50 dwarves. I've increased the population up to a soft cap of 50, so we can't go above 50. So we're at our cap. And the reason I put it at 50 is what will allow things like beasts, minotaurs, that sort of stuff to arrive. So keeps things interesting, right? And that's how we have a Cyclops and an Etten now. I'm kind of hoping, fingers crossed, we'll get a dragon. That's my big hope. I would like to get some dragons in this fort. Train them and make baby dragons if possible as well. That's a low cap. I mean, it was lower. When we started off at 32 for the first couple of years, and then we moved it up to 42, and then we moved up to 45, and Barons just tantrum in the middle of the military. I don't know where he went. Not dead. Well, that's the thing. Well, you didn't do anything that I can convict you of. What's my opinion of RimWorld? It's a very, very good game that's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Like, based on what? Like, is this a what's my opinion of RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress? Because I don't think the two should be compared because they're so different. Wow, lots of people won that round. That's a lot of tickets, Peter. Shit. 9,177 on that win. Good lordy. Peter's locked down that #1 spot and is just like grinding it up. That's great. But yeah, another thing that we have also, we have this artificial waterfall, which is, I thought there was a dead thing in there for a second. There isn't. There's this windmill up top, which is powering this pump, which is pumping water out of the creek down into here, which goes through this little reservoir, down into this tunnel, which falls straight down through our tavern and down into the basement and flows off the map. Just about RimWorld alone. So RimWorld in a vacuum, I think, is a very, very, very good min-maxing game. I think it does some things very well, and I think it does some things really poorly. I don't like the way it's balanced. I think it's balanced in a very shitty way. RimWorld is balanced to be hard, and I don't find that fun. Because and instead of working under the mythos of balancing that I like, which is if a thing is fun, make it more fun. But the way RimWorld is balanced is if you think if it's a hard thing, make it harder. You ended a mandate, cool, which was don't export dresses. We didn't export any dresses. So all is good. And that's kind of my issue with RimWorld. I really wish that Tynan, the developer, would be a little bit more balancing for fun instead of balancing for difficulty. That being said, what it does well, it does very, very well. I wish that there was more variety in the way the world worked. I wish the overworld map was better. I don't think it deserves the overwhelmingly positive, 99% positive review score that it's had for the last several years. But I do think it's a very good game. Is this some sort of maze? It's a labyrinth, and we're gonna put beasties and animals in here to fight. So it should be a good deal of fun. But yes, it is some sort of maze. Currently, there is an Etten that we caught, which is down here, which is going to be released into the maze. We also have a Cyclops, which is caught, which is going to be released into the maze. I'm deciding as to whether or not I want to make it bigger. I think I kind of do, because I've got like that huge chunk over there on the left that could all become maze, and a lot of space down here that could also become part of the maze. So I think I'm going to make it bigger, but I'm going to make another entrance over on this side and keep it locked. So we can have like the entrance up top there and then the entrance on the side. So we can put things in, but things can't get out. But the whole point of it is just to essentially just have a big old fun maze to release creatures into and various mega beasts so that we can watch them fight. Because, you know, we need something to do. We're going to be here for 1,000 years. We got to have some form of entertainment, you know? Also, I think making... One of the things I plan to do with this game, assuming we make it to 1,000 years, is I want to release the save file once it's done. I'll let people do stuff with it, so if we build all sorts of weird dungeons and mazes and fun things like that, people will have stuff to go through and play around in, you know? Because I think it'll be cool. Like, we are, what, 6.8% done? Imagine what this fortress is going to look like when we're 100% done. Or even like 50% done. It's going to be a lot of fun for people who don't know this fortress to go and explore it in adventure mode or just look at it. So that's something that I'm very much excited for. I mean, it could look exactly the same if I don't add anything to it. If I don't add anything to it. All right, I'm going to take a real quick toilet break because I didn't do that before the game started. I will be back in a minute. We'll see you later, Kale. Thank you very much for swinging by. You have a good day at work, yeah? You don't even have any... Can monsters destroy drawbridges? Depends on the monster. Dragons can. Most of the ones that I'll be putting in there can't. But if I get dragons, I will be training them and making them friendly dragons and trying to breed them instead of... I really hope that if we get a dragon, it's a lady dragon so that we can get dragon eggs. That's what I want. I want to eat dragon eggs and put dragon eggs up on pedestals everywhere. Dwarf Burger, what's up? It's good to see you. Yep. Which is amazing that it doesn't cause the entire globe to just immediately spontaneously combust. Okay, he went and punched somebody. There's a little bit of blood on the ground. The wrestler Barons attacks the wrestler, but he scrambles away. Punches the wrestler. The wrestler strikes the swordmaster, but the shot was blocked. And they all go to report crimes. I kind of love how they go report crimes. Like, they're all just gonna go talk to the guy in charge. Like, oi, so-and-so did a mean. You toppled a statue. Rude. Oi, put that statue back. Not a lot. Did you see the new video I posted? burger. New screenshots and stuffs. It's good. A form of peace. Peace and consistency. 2 counts of disorderly conduct with 14 and 16 witnesses. Oh my god. The Squog's gonna come and deal with this. We'll watch Squog. Captain of the guard. Yep, there was new stuff this morning. That's why I was 10 minutes late. Because the video was finishing uploading. And it already has 700 views. God damn, that video is doing really well. Like, I don't like to jinx it very much, but that one's doing really well. I didn't do it, though. I didn't punch him in the head. I did not. All right. Oh, God. And another point of vandalism. Probably because when he pushed over the statue. 55 days in prison. Squog's going to do that after he's done his job, which is weaving. Oh, come on. Did you already put him in prison? Oh, you already put him in prison. That was quick. How do you feel? He's angry after being confined. Ooh. Some dwarves, prison makes them better. Some dwarves, prison makes them 1,000 times worse. And I think that Barons is one of those dwarves where prison's just making him worse no matter what the heck I do. But he was satisfied after receiving water. What's something that you like? You like querns. How old is the dwarf? Barons? 28, born in the fort. The son of Disco Waffles and King. He hasn't been the same since his mother died. Also, CCX, what's up? See you. Pretty easy once you get the keys down. Now you're starting to understand my frustrations with people. Like, even, Picture Point was talking about this the other day, where it's just like, once you kind of understand the logic of the Dwarf Fortress UI, like, people confuse bad UI with obtuse UI. It's not bad UI. The UI is actually pretty good. It's just obtuse is the problem. Military is now no longer training. Let them go take a break. Yeah, prison is just making this dwarf worse. Yeah, I really like that little bit. This is some nice music. It's the soundtrack for The Night in the Woods, which has a pretty great soundtrack. But it's one of those soundtracks that I like to listen to because it's really long and it's kind of got like this weird, funky, almost Dwarfy feel to it. My big problem is all the vomit right now. All that blue is vomit. Not thrilled about that, but not a whole lot I can do either. Baron's just throwing another tantrum. Hey, Barons, at the very least, like, your dwarf is memorable, you know? Maybe not necessarily the most positively remembered, but, like, memorable. You know? Why are they vomiting? So dwarves don't like the sun if they're not used to being in the sun. So if they stand underground too much, they have a disorder that they develop. It's sort of like a vitamin D shortage. It doesn't actually hurt them, but what it does is it makes them very nauseous when they go out into the sunlight again. So when they spend a very long period of time, they get super adjusted to being underground, and then they come out from being underground, and then they vomit everywhere. Now, most of these dwarves are forced to go outside all the time because of the design of this actual fortress. It's like an open pit, right? So right now they're actually outside. They're just rather deep underground. So imagine somebody just dug 200 meters straight down in a big open pit, built a wall around it. That's basically what they're living in with constructed houses at the bottom. Now, here's the problem, is children don't go outside very much. They will occasionally sneak over and grab some alcohol, but most of the time children will just play indoors. Now, this would be fine, but also I need to make sure it does. Oh, some dwarves actually don't have bedrooms. I should make 3 more. But the problem with this is when they develop this cave adaptation problem, they start puking when they go outside again. So I'll have children that will basically grow up mostly living in bedrooms and in the crafting room and like watching demonstrations, and then they'll go outside when they grow up and spend like the first year of their adult lives just running around everywhere vomiting, which is a bit of a problem. It's not like it's not game ending, but it does kind of upset them because they don't like puking everywhere, you know? Let's make crafts 300. Let's just make a bunch of rock crafts. I never played Might and Magic 5. I played Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and Might and Magic 3. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question, Splendidex. For that underground river fed by that waterfall? Currently, no. I'm open to ideas, though. I mean, I've had some people say that I could use it to generate power, which I could do. I could make an infinite power generator and then feed the power back up. There's a few different things I could do. Currently, I don't really have any plans for it, no. I mean, I could totally move my workshops up above ground, but the kids might still just play in their bedrooms, which are indoors regardless. Because kids will just go play where they want to play, right? It's got nothing to do with what the mothers are doing, because the mothers will just be running around with the kids on their back. Sure, you can link a picture. Whereas the children... there's no link rules. You're not going to get bopped by a bot or anything. Just don't link anything bad and you're fine. I kind of just work on a good faith linking rules here. It's like, if you post something dumb, you won't ever post again. But what was I talking about? Right, yeah. The problem is when the kids are old enough that they're not carried by their mothers anymore. And they spend about 10 years like that. So, like, let's just go follow a random child who's running around doing what they want. This child. Like, there's 2 of them. They're both just hanging out in this bedroom. They probably haven't left since they last needed food. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're not wrong. Minus the lava at the bottom, right? But that's not too far off, actually. Yeah, basically minus the lava at the bottom, and I don't have that many structures around the outside. They're built at the bottom. That's pretty close, actually, yeah. Whose bedroom is this? That's Scrumpet's. Scrumpet, how many things do you have? 205 objects. Are you just, like, dirty for no reason? 54 years old, man. Crippling shyness. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Order and structure in her own life. Nervous wreck. Impervious to the effects of stress. Yeah, you have a greedy streak. Yeah, that makes sense. And also you're messy and just leave things strewn about. Which is why there's just, like, your bedroom is just full of stuff. The solid gray blocks. So these are walls. These are floor tiles. It's almost like a little bit of a isometric kind of angular look. And then these are rough, unsmoothed walls. So if I go down here, rough, unsmoothed walls, rough, unsmoothed floors, gems. I'll be mining all the gems out. Those are smooth gems. And then that's smooth floor, rough floor. So if I go over here, this is a open area that we've dug out that has no boulders in it with the rough floors and then rough edges. Same with down here. This is just an open area that we've dug out. And the slightly reddish stuff are areas that are covered in mud. That help? Also, I'm looking at the ERTH thingy that you posted. Like a little survival crafty game? Turn-based sandbox. This looks kind of like Wayward. I'm looking at this thing that Sharker's posted. This looks a lot like Wayward. Interesting, though. Endok fence flares. I like when we get different figurines of dwarves that are obviously famous enough that my dwarves have heard of them, but I haven't heard of them. The difference between smooth and unsmooth was throwing off. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, the little kind of crosses, these guys are the floor tiles, right? Barons is throwing another tantrum. I don't know what to do about this dwarf. And I also don't really want to expel him. We're into late winter, almost into year 74. We're 6.9% done in a month, which is nice. I can't wait until we get to year 669. Yeah, right, Barons? I mean, I want them to pull it together. I've had multiple other dwarves go to prison and, like, fine. Making a lot of charcoal. Also, it looks like almost all of the dwarves now have gained some brand new clothing. And I really hope that that dwarf can pull it together. I'd like to see these dwarves be happy, not sad. Here come the doors. Yeah, no, I'm really cool. I'm really, like, happy to see that in the Steam version. Like, this was something that I hadn't really thought about, but the fact that you'll be able to see their clothes, but the clothes will still change color based on job. Like, that was something that I was very worried about. I'm like, how are we going to differentiate them? But they're just going to do it the same way, but you'll see their different clothing. And I completely agree with the comment that it's going to be... Like, fashion frame and Warframe is a thing, right? And the same with Destiny. It's like, oh, well, obviously you want to get the nicest gear so that your character looks the coolest, right? Well, I can kind of see that happening in Dwarf Fortress. Like, you want to get, like, weird, unique items because they look cool. That needed to go to prison. Have you ever had a dwarf tantrum? Because then they need to go to prison next. It's like right now, I don't really worry too much about making my dwarves look fancy because it doesn't change them visually, right? But I know that some people do worry about that stuff. But then the original Ultima already exists? You mean something like Legend of Grimrock? Aren't they lost when they tantrum? No. No, you can save dwarves. They can come back from that. They are not lost. In fact, I have multiple dwarves in this fortress that were more depressed than this dwarf, that were tantruming just as much as this dwarf, that are now perfectly fine. Let me show you one of them. Of course, there's also a few that are totally lost. This one. This one was more depressed than that dwarf. He was completely gone. He was utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life, constantly falling into spats of depression and tantruming and beating people up. Didn't kill anybody. Well, killed barons, but didn't kill anybody while tantruming. And is totally fine. In fact, he's my manager now. Very good dwarf. So no, they are not lost when they tantrum. They can recover. The dwarves are actually quite resilient. It's mostly players saying that they're not resilient and that they can't recover. Because people just get frustrated and throw them out. Yeah, I never played Might and Magic beyond the third one. I heard less and less positive things about those games and eventually just kind of went, eh. A sheriff or a prison yet? I got a promotion out of it? Kind of did, didn't he? Now that you mention that. Killed your distant cousin and then got thanked for it. And you're just like, "Brr! I'm angry!" I mean, I think that's a pretty legitimate reason to be rightfully angry. I think I would be angry about that. Yeah, no, I've had that happen a couple times where dwarves have, like, been completely distraught mentally, but at the same time then gone and completely recovered not long after. Going to respond to a few comments. And thanks, Dwarf Burger, for the algorithm comment. Okay. I'm gonna be like periodically responding to YouTube comments occasionally. Chat, I might be dumb, but I should probably make a spot for clay that isn't up here, because I have a bunch of clay. So I'm just gonna make clay jugs and leave that on 0 until they power through all that clay. Because I keep buying clay off of other people because there are no clay layers on this map. So I keep buying clay so that I can do pottery and then not doing anything with it, and then like filling up all my stockpiles with clay. I mean, OG Ultima is definitely a cool 3D dungeon crawler. Which one was the one I asked about? You don't think I said Legend of Grimrock, but Legend of Grimrock isn't a roguelike, it's like an RPG. Here, I'll show you what Legend of Grimrock 2 looks like. This is Legend of Grimrock. It's like a 3D turn-based dungeon crawler, but like it's all hand-built, so it's not procedural. But I would love to see a 3D roguelike like that. Gotta get that glazing going. Gotta get that glazing going. But yeah, no, I would love to see a Legend of Grimrock style dungeon crawler that's a horror game. You know what I mean? Because you can restrict the player's field of view. You could do some real cool things with audio design and sound design behind you. Also, the annual tribute from Busty Jismuck has arrived. The Confederacy of Sport, which means it is spring. You know what I mean? Like, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Like, I would love, like, a science fiction one, although there is one. It's called Star Crawlers, but it's not a horror game. Star Crawlers. I may need to at least try Darkwood. I've watched streams of Darkwood. It looks okay. Like, there is Star Crawlers. Star Crawlers also has a Ben Prunty soundtrack. I mean, I probably like Darkwood. Darkwood's one of those games where it's like, it's on my list of games to play, but I have a very long list of games I need to play, so I'll get to it eventually. You just enjoyed the ambience? I mean, I probably like it. Like I said, it's on my list. It's just, I've got a long list. And now I've got people asking me to play Spelunky 2, and I've bought Spelunky 2, and I'm going, oh god, that's going to take me so long. Get around to it in 1,000 years, right? Football hooligans. Let's screenshot this because I don't think Stone's here. Limits your vision, thus the tactical choices, but I could see that actually working in the favor towards a horror setup. I mean, well, you can rotate, right? I wouldn't say that it hurts the tactical choices. You could also have like a mini map. Like if it's a science fiction type game, you could have like a map in the top right, or maybe like a mech game, like a game where it's like tile based and turn based in first person, but you're in a mech, and you could like rotate your on the axis without like you could rotate one left and rotate one right without like taking up a turn. You did it the first try. You didn't type in tokens. I'm so proud of you. You enjoyed Fear? I'm planning to play through Fear this month for Halloween. And the elves are here to trade. God, I love giant robots. Who doesn't love giant robots? Did you know that the newest Serious Sam has a mech sequence? I'm waiting for that game to be on sale for like $8 so I could buy it. I don't wanna pay full price for a Serious Sam game, but I will buy that game when it's like $8 and enjoy it. Speaking of, does it still have mixed reviews? I was getting kind of a harsh response. Oh, nope, it's up to very positive. Initially, it had mixed reviews, but it's come around a bit. Maybe just day one patch issues. Any opinions? Worst game ever for streaming. One of the few perfect games I've played. On Into the Breach. It's almost a perfect game. Not a roguelike. Worst game ever made for streaming. They call it a roguelike, so I have to comment that it's not a roguelike. But an excellent tactics game. I streamed Into the Breach for like 60 hours in like 4 days. Yep, it's one of the worst games for streaming ever made. Boring as shit to watch. But that doesn't affect the game's quality. And I wish they'd stop calling it a roguelike, because it's not. It has run-to-run progression, it has metagaming, it has so many things to make it not a roguelike. Is today just Ask Blind's opinion on games day? The reason I think it's so bad for streaming, to be clear, is... The reason I think it's so bad for streaming is because the way the game is designed, it shows every move to the player, right? Which makes it horrendous for backseating. But also it's a game that like rewards you taking your time and just sitting there and staring at it, so it becomes very boring. No, you don't call it a roguelike light. That's not what you call it. You call it a run-based tactics game, which is what it is. A run-based tactics game. Not a roguelike. Not even a roguelite. I've never actually played Grand Theft Auto 2.
This is Sparta!
First money of the day! Been live for 2 hours. For $3, man. One of the 2 people to cheer this week. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping me stay funded. This is indeed Sparta. I'm gonna buy their clay. And their plums. All of the plums. And the apricots, pecans, and almonds. Great. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier? Spitalier is one of the unsung heroes of this stream, keeping me funded. Suspect it didn't age particularly well. Thanks for the 15 cents, Oba. For some reason, cheers aren't showing up as cheers. They're showing up as words on my screen. Refresh that. I think Fluffy's having a rough day. Want to acquire something. Also want abstract thinking. All right, well, we can do that. You'll be a scholar. And I'm going to, forbid the boulder that you're carrying. But you're not going to drop it. Okay, fine. Don't drop it then. How many civs are in this world? I don't know the exact number. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are aware of us. And there's 6, 7, 8 or 9 or so that I'm aware of. Never seen this tile set before? That's impressive. This is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. If you want an exclamation point tile set in the chat, that'll give you an automatic download link for it. Carmageddon and Doom and Quake. Well, Doom ages really well. I wonder how well the Quake campaign ages. I know Quake's like multiplayer ages fantastically, but was Quake edgy? Quake is like a Cthulhu Gothic game. It's like the definition of edgy. You guys fighting with a weasel? That or Baron's just threw a tantrum. One of the two. Baron's threw a tantrum. Okay. Anybody going to go report a crime? $5, thanks for the bits. The 5 cents. Cheers, guys. You loved some of those? The most recent one's pretty good, and it's free. Unsung moron. Why is that, Spitalier? What was the command here? I'll give you this. There you go. Just click that link. It'll download the PNG if you want it. If you would like to download it. There's the PNG for you. No problem. I wanted to say no problemo, but then I like kind of stopped halfway and went to plot problem. But here you go. It's all yours. God, I got some dwarves with too much shit. You know, I might just... just dump it all. Just get rid of all of it. Already traded with you, elves. We good. That's weird. All of a sudden, like, can't press honey, even though I got tons of honey available. Pink Fluffy. Hang in there, friend. Gotta cheer you up a bit. Although you're getting plenty of recent happy moods. The young dwarves always have a few rough years, I think. Kind of like between about age, like right when they grow up for a few years. Also, Sharkers, if you're here right now, for a game to count as a roguelike, by my definition, ignore what other people have to say. Have I played any of the DLC in Tome? No, I haven't actually. It just needs to be randomly generated, have permadeath, and be turn-based. If it fits into those 3 things, probably a roguelike, by my definition. Just looking at your Discord post and a little bit confused by it, that's all. because you're all upset. Oh, that's probably not helping. Got like no jobs. Go weave thread. Never played Chaos Legion. I don't know. Would you guys consider StarCraft to be edgy? Because I certainly loved a lot of StarCraft shit back in the day. I kind of consider StarCraft to be pretty edgy. You're just thirsty, so that's fine. I never played StarCraft 2, actually. I only played StarCraft 1. Is that blood? Yeah, it's Gate Nerd's blood. What the hell happened to Gate Nerd? Somebody punch you? Oh, there we go. We got another disorderly conduct against Barons. He must have attacked Gate Nerd. In the maze, too. Hope you're okay, Gate Nerd. Where are you at? You're in hospital. Ooh. Oh. Your upper arm is fractured, and your left floating ribs are fractured, and your right shoulder is fractured. Ouch. Started off cool IMO, but died out. StarCraft did? Unsure whether or not to spend your water on data disks? Depends on how much water you have and how much you need the data disks. Not a turn-based RPG. Turn-based tile, turn-based, grid-based, and permadeath, and with randomly generated levels. Those are my things. Well, I'm super specific about roguelikes because I don't like a genre of games that I love getting confused with games that don't quite fit that genre. We got ourselves another Etten. It's very simple. Like, and this is why I'm a stickler about this, is because you don't see people confusing XCOM and StarCraft. StarCraft's a real-time strategy, XCOM's a turn-based strategy. Roguelikes are turn-based games, and roguelites or action roguelikes are real-time. Not that complicated. And I really wish that people could just accept that differentiator, because I don't really like the real-time games that often. There's a few niche circumstances where I do, but generally they're too busy and hard for me to play because I'm visually impaired. Whereas the turn-based games are very easy for me to follow and play and enjoy. Not that complicated. One I can play, one I can't. I can't play Enter the Gungeon. It's a great action roguelike. Ain't no roguelike. There ain't no debate. It's just that simple. And if you deny that there's a debate there, then you're just an asshole. Oh, fuck yeah, I played the shit out of Advanced Wars. One of the greatest soundtracks on the Game Boy ever. Oh, absolutely it's not. It's a grid-based tactics game. Come on. Like, if you're one of those people that is like, well, then is XCOM a roguelike? Then you just don't understand how fucking video games work, right? You know, it's like the difference between an arena shooter and a tactical shooter, right? We can comprehend that easily, you know? I generally dislike roguelikes that have meta progression, but you can put meta progression into a roguelike if you really want to, Darkers. Assuming you have the three things that I already stated, which is turn-based, grid-based, permadeath, etc. You're just a game dev who runs into this a lot and very much understand your argument and one that needs to be heard. The naming convention for the game genre is shit. No, it totally is, and should be shot on sight. We've evolved into a name like procedural-driven game, or other terms have gone into a rogue clone. I mean, honestly, I have a terminology for this that works, right? Run-based, and then traditional roguelike. That's it. If you're making a game like Binding of Isaac, or a game like Invisible Ink, or a game like I'm just trying to think of games that are run-based now. Faster Than Light, FTL. Any game that kind of has that run-based meta progression thing going on. Just call it run-based. Why is that so complicated? It's very overarching. It's very generalized. Any game can be run-based, you know? BPM, that shooter that just came out, run-based shooter. Problem solved. But, like, please keep the roguelike moniker for the traditional games, because it's a genre that's been around longer than most video game genres, period. Keep it that way. I personally think that progression is a negative. Or meta progression is a negative. But anyways, let's worry about this Etten. Ismair Doslekos Thristath has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. You have any items? Nope, you're just covered in water. Oh, it's been said in /r roguelikes many times. But don't worry, it's all good. A bit of lag for a second there. Here comes the Etten. And if it doesn't get caught in one of my cage traps, then I will just kill it. But it's probably going to get caught in one of my cage traps. There it goes. Perfect. We have another Etten. For the collection. Okay, but if you're going to make a first-person shooter, make a first-person shooter and call it a first-person shooter. You don't call it a first-person game with guns or a Doom clone. Okay? So I agree with you, but label your game correctly so that we can search for them and know what we're searching for. I don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend. If you want to make a 4X game, go make a 4X game. If you want to make a grand strategy game, make a grand strategy game. If you want to make a real-time strategy game, make a real-time strategy game. These subgenres of strategy games have specific names so that we know what you're talking about. If you want to make a run-based game, make a run-based game. If you want to make a roguelike, make a roguelike. But fucking make a roguelike and call it a roguelike. Don't make a top-down twin-stick shooter with random level generation and meta progression a roguelike. It's a run-based twin-stick shooter. We have rigid names so that you can search for things and know what we're talking about, right? That's why genre names exist. It's not an argument. It's people are uneducated on the history of games and what games are. I have friends who for every game have strict definitions for classes, loadouts, and it annoys me to no end. I want to have a sword and a bow on you at the same time, that's fine. I mean, are you talking about tabletop games? Because yeah, that you need a better D&D group at that point. Why does run base need to be shortened? Why does it need to be shortened? Well, first-person shooter has way more syllables than that, so if you think run-based needs to be shortened, I can't help you. If you want to make a run-based tactics game, make a run-based tactics game. Like, it always just comes down to the simple statement of, if you're going to be one of those people that says, but why not the... Then obviously you just don't give enough of a shit. It's not complicated. And if you pretend like it's complicated, then I can't help you. I wish I could, but I can't. Yeah, I don't know. Your friends are strange, Pink Fluffy. I don't think that there should be strict classes. Well, unless a game is balanced around strict class systems, then at that point, yeah, a game should have strict class systems if the game is designed that way. But if the game isn't designed that way, then who cares? I put a silver statue down somewhere here. I guess in my heart, I'm annoyed that I have to have this discussion once a stream. Because to me, it's very clear cut and simple. But to some people, it's not. And that makes me genuinely depressed. That a genre of games can just vanish off into the ether to be replaced by a genre of games that often I am incapable of playing due to my shitty eyes. So a genre of games that I love is vanishing because people are just too dense to see what makes a beautiful traditional genre stand the test of time. Yeah, sounds like you just need cooler friends. If your friends actually care that much about what loadout you want to take on your character in a game where you're allowed to just take whatever you want, fuck them. You need better friends. Because Terraria, you can just take whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Fuck that shit. Someone's got control issues, that's for sure. Yeah, Terraria is all about just like finding cool gear and using it. And if you happen to like the gear, fucking use it. That's literally what Terraria is about. I don't know. At some point, I'll make a video called My Plea for the genre definitions of roguelikes or something like that. Because it's a genre that I love that is just getting buried. Because there are so many devs out there who just don't know or don't care and just brand their game as whatever. And it sucks. Since he only survived after the first boss. Yeah, I know a streamer, it took him like 6 weeks doing like 14-hour streams daily to actually beat Terraria on hardcore on Master. It's impressive. Shouldn't reference the game in its name? Well, if you can think of a better term for Souls-like games. I think the terminology of feeding game versus loot game, I think, is funny. For gacha games. Hardcore dungeon crawler? Not all roguelikes are dungeon crawlers, though. A lot of roguelikes don't even have dungeons. You think it would be fun? I have almost no interest in Terraria. It's just not my style of game. You're not fixing the problem, you're just vocalizing it. I don't necessarily disagree. But when it's been around this long, it's one of those find a better option things. Like, well, if you have an example of, like, I mean, the best that you can do is run-based, right? But for strictly roguelikes, calling them traditional roguelikes just works because of how long the genre has been around. People have been making roguelikes almost as long as consumer computers have existed. Yeah, and I genuinely think that Metroidvania games are, like, the term Metroidvania is an excellent descriptor for that style of game. Oh, so's like equals get good. Yeah. But a platformer is a Metroidvania is a subgenre of a platformer, right? A Metroidvania is a very specific thing. A platformer is like Mario. Right? Just like I think splatformer is an important moniker that people need to understand. It's the difference between a platformer and a splatformer. Splatformer is like your Celestes, your Slime Sons, your Super Meat Boys. That's a splatformer. Whereas a platformer is like Mario. A puzzle platformer is also something different, and a Metroidvania is also something different. But they all kind of, well, Crash Bandicoot's a 3D platformer, but yes, they all kind of, they're specific offshoots of a core genre that we all understand as platformers. And a roguelike is a very specific kind of turn-based RPG, whereas run-based games, or action roguelikes, are the modernized version of a very specific type of RPG. You will make sure to name it properly. Well, I'm glad I've inspired something. Spelunky is not a roguelike, no. Spelunky is an action roguelike, or a roguelite, and or if you want to be even more specific, you could say it's a run-based platformer. And Tome is a roguelike. NetHack is Tome is a traditional roguelike. NetHack is a traditional roguelike. Caves of Cut is a traditional roguelike. Jupiter Hell is a traditional roguelike. Yeah, you got those right. It's not complicated. If you're... Thoughts on Starbound? Never played it. So, it's got a nice soundtrack. Why are you just trolling in a subject that I think should be taken seriously, Jack Nurk? Like, it just makes me want to time you out. I like you, but like, why are you just being an ass? It is now summer. I need to make new coins. Never played Dungeon Nest, so I don't know. Coldfire, you're not helping. Anyway, if you guys don't want to talk about this, don't talk about this. You guys who always bring it up. But every single time I see people calling Hades a roguelike, I die a little bit inside. Because I am unable to play. You know what, chat? If we keep up like this, I can just time everybody out who's just being dicks, and I could just end stream. You know, we could also do that. All this CUD-like stuff, and you guys just twisting it, and... You know, I'm trying to make a point because this is something that I'm passionate about, and you guys are just ripping it apart and being rude. Like, Are you just trying to hurt me? Is that your goal? Because that's what you're doing. This Tisk is not very impressed. I'm not talking to you, Sharkers. You're fine. We've got our silver coins for the year. I'm not going to. I'm just... saddened by you guys. Bum, 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 bum. Here's 74 silver coin. The front of the coin is a rendition of the Bend of Cloistering, an image of a bolt. The coin's back is a finely crafted image of Ezem Wild Cloistered, the dwarf and dwarves. Ezem is surrounded by the dwarves, and the arc relates to the ascension of Ezem to the position of king of the ignited creation in the year 5. Alonia Plus is the option for permadeath, just like a lot of games. You know, Vegan, you're not funny. Not even remotely. There's a special place in hell for people that revel in the pain of others. And trust me, I'm going to hell. I'm excited for it. But when you're just being rude to somebody for the sake of it, or mocking somebody for the sake of it, just plain low. Sorry, what, Madison? We're brewer. Crafting skills do you even have assigned? None, apparently. Put you on glazing. Give you that. I mean, not really. Barons, I'm not sure why you deleted that, B-Lug. It's just... I'm trying really hard to do my best to make an argument as to why I wish people were more specific about a genre that I really like. And Last Vegan and a bunch of you other people up here are fucking twisting it and mocking me. Which, you know, it's a free world. You're free to do that. But from the bottom of my heart, fuck yourself. That's all. And the humans are here to trade. Did both of them arrive? No, only the one. The other one must be at war with themselves still. Although, did the royal treasure arrive? No, I don't see no royal treasurers. Just the human caravan. I don't know what they're up to, but... the humans are in a civil war, Llama. It's an interesting thing. Can't export dresses. Good to know. Vest, shirts, cloaks, pants, tunics. All fine, though. Cape. Nervicious, what up? Good to see you. Coffee break run? What do you mean? generally coffee break would mean short, so this would be like whatever the opposite of coffee break would be. Yay, Mod's not reading. Because, yeah, I think the word that he was looking for is Schadenfreude. That's the other world where they're occupying the one fortress. Pilgrimage as in very long. Oh, hey, they did arrive. They made it. Severny, hello. Blackout drunk for Dwarf Fortress run. I've never played DF drunk. I don't know if I'd try that. Man, I miss pub crawling. Now you feel more educated? Well, I mean, I just lose brain cells when I see people making fun of me, so. So I do have an Etten right there. That guy. Coffee binge. I mean, my life is just one long coffee break. Like, let's be honest here. My whole life is just one really long coffee break. Any ones you like? Ultimate Life? Pub crawl stone beer. With the Etten in your channels? What, do you just want to hang out with the Etten? I mean, I'd rather not. I mean, in fact, I'm going to try and give you the last job that I give everybody. And give you a naturalist and hope that that fixes you. Shout out to Slipple. This dwarf, I think, saw something bad. Saw a couple corpses. But the icon was a gold chest. I don't think it was 686 hack then. Hoplite? I feel like I've played Hoplite. Yes, I've played Hoplite. Oh wait, you never played Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup? Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is a classic. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. DCSS is classic. Big classic. You know, I never played Cave Story. It looked too bullet hell for me. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. How you been, animal? What's up? All right. I was looking away from the screen and hit escape and didn't actually ask for trade agreement. My bad. Thought I was in a different screen. I'm distracted. So we'll chalk that up to the dwarves being a little bit distracted on this day. Thanks, animal. Doing good? Good to hear. One of the map generators. My favorite, I don't know if it's the best, but my favorite map generator is Brogue. Brogue like has so many weird amounts, so much weird amounts of atmosphere. Pink Fluffy is throwing a tantrum. Got 2 tantruming dwarves now. This is the second time this has happened where we've had little spats of dwarves that are just a little bit spazzy. Oh shit, I've got a couple disorderly conduct crimes that I missed. Both against parents. Oh, you poor dwarf. Oh, have you not checked out Brogue? Brogue is one of my favorites. I really, really, really like what Brogue does. Brogue is kind of fits into the coffee break side of things. Brogue is really neat. The thing, you're not thinking about Pixel Dungeon, are you? I seem to recall that having a gold chest on the icon. A free game binge got you invested? AI Dungeon is interesting. I don't really have any interest in streaming it. I've played it, and I've watched people play it, but interesting. Pixel Dungeon? I can't remember if it was good or not. I haven't played it in a long time, and I never played a lot of it. Really? How's the UX work on that, Nex? Although, come on, let's be honest. Once Caves of Cut is out on mobile, why would you play any other game? I've played 686 Hack, and I've never played Imbrogolio. What? Much more reactive than AI Dungeon? Anybody here play... It's not free, but has anybody here played Warsim? Cud Mobile's planned, yeah. Human Maceman. You don't need anything else. Yeah, Cud is coming out on mobile when they... Like, after 1.0, I think. Is, like, the official read on that. Can, like, we just agree as a Dwarf Fortress community to stop arguing as to whether or not dwarves should or shouldn't have beards? It's like... It's almost as old as the pineapple pizza argument. You can pin keys. You remember the last ones? Is you press the row at the bottom bar. Huh. That sounds very unpleasant. You always get bored after the first Harvest Festival. I find all of those games boring. Harvest Moon, Stardew, it's not my shtick. Yeah, exactly. Barons, it's 2020. Female dwarves not having beards ain't no insult to Armok. Can we not argue about this and just change the setting to whatever you want and don't bitch at people for just playing a video game? So I'm so tired of it. You're into min-maxing, it's stressful to play. Yeah, I could see that. Those are more just like kind of go with the flow games. How's our maze coming along? Slowly. Barons the second is stumbling around obliviously. Oh, maybe you're going to become another prison rat. Disorderly conductor? Barons the second the disorderly. How's that? I just don't like people telling me that I'm playing the game wrong because I haven't changed a setting. You know? I never read Terry Pratchett. I never really had that image in my head. I read that one line from the Silmarillion, where they mention that it's hard to differentiate male and female dwarves because of beards, but like for me, lady dwarves have never had beards. It doesn't work in my brain. At least he has something to show for it. I mean, he keeps snapping out of it. Over whatever that's worth. But The Disorderly is a good title. I like it. You're not going to spend the rest of your time in jail, though, because you've already snapped out of it. You'll need to, like, be overthrown by the stresses of your tragic life and go blue. And stay blue. It's a lot of fucking humans. Like 150 humans. So many every time they come to trade. Let's also slaughter all of these piggies. I got a bunch of piglets. Also got a lot of stuff to just chuck into the garbage bin. The song's fire. It's pretty good, isn't it? If you need a link, let me know. The therapy tool to unclean your perfectionism. Yeah, I've never had problems with dealing with perfectionism. I just find those games rather dull. There, it's time-stamped. They fled from the Civil War. No, they're definitely traitors. Oh my god, blind. Look at her butt. What? Look at her butt. You own this game on itch? A lot of people do. Huh. It's just so big. That's funny. All right. Well, you can see me type now. That's incredible. Own what game now? If you bought that itch.io bundle that had like a bajillion games in it. I think Fluffy's tantruming again. So yeah, if you happen to buy that itch.io bundle, you own the game for the soundtrack that we're listening to right now, which is Night in the Woods. Kind of a sad story goes along with it, but yeah, I've been trying to work on you, but you want to pray real bad. You want abstract thinking. I gave you Scholar so that you would go think abstractly, and you're not. You want to be around friends. Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that just hanging out for a little bit will help. Because I've removed all of your work, so you don't really have anything to do. Wonder why itch would register my lines as, what's it called? Deleted messages. Or why Twitch would think that. Or why FFZ would think that. It's odd. That's a really cool fort, Imo. Yeah, no, it's odd. Now it's just grayed out. All right. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like an issue with FFZ. I'm still convinced you just got me blocked somewhere. I feel like your creativity is somewhat dead. When I was working full-time, well, actually, before I worked full-time at my first job, I used to write music. I used to just unban myself. Hold on. Unban Blind IRL. Blind IRL is not currently banned from this channel. I tried. When I would like pre my first full-time job, I was very much a creative person. I wrote multiple symphonies, 2 of which got performed in front of a live audience. I wrote a lot of electronic music. I was filming and recording stuff. I wanted to get into film scoring. I had a lot of aspirations and creativity like that. And then something happened when I got my first job, and it all just vanished. And the only thing that I did after that for years was play video games. And like all of my creativity just kind of got sucked out of me. I've tried to figure out what exactly caused that for so long, because it was this bizarre almost type something. It was this bizarre kind of period in my life where all of the things that I was doing for years and years and years, I ceased being capable of doing it. And the only thing that I can really connect it to, like the only real conclusion I've come to, is that the jobs that I had sucked the creativity out of me. Oh, really? That's funny. Okay. Well, that explains a lot. At least you didn't have me blocked. But yeah, no, it's become something that I think about a lot. Like, what actually happened there? And then even more importantly to me, it's like, well, where did it come back then? Because my creativity definitely came back at a point, and I can't quite pinpoint it. But there was definitely a point after I started streaming and after I started making things on the internet again that, like, my creativity and ability to keep myself happy returned. And I think it's different for everybody, like what makes you happy and what drives creativity in your head. I think that's different for everybody. And I think that it's something that is very important to work on. Also, Graveyard Keeper DLC just got announced, for those of you who like that game. It's about being constrained. How so? Do you creativity is about having the freedom, especially in your head with ideas and stuff? It's like I think that's a good way of putting it. For me, in order to have creativity, I need to have the time to think about being creative. What kind of development do you do, if I can ask, Pink Fluffy? If you can't answer that question, don't worry about it. But you also get paid for it? Yeah, you get paid to be creative. But do you then have a hard time being creative in your personal life outside of work, Fluffy? You get creative, especially when you have many constraints on what you're doing and how. Okay. Well, to me, creativity isn't something that can be forced. It's something that just has to happen, right? Often a catalyst can start it, but it's very difficult for me to... Why am I saving them? Because Stone's not here. And he has the document that's keeping track of them. And it's kind of fun knowing all of the different stuff that they've brought us over the years. So it's like, it's not something that can be forced. So like if I could figure out how to force creativity, holy hell, I'd do that quickly, but like I was talking with my little sister about this, and my little sister actually brought up this thing that I didn't even realize at the time that she says she noticed. Ooh. Captain of the Guard just went and beat up the disorderly while he was in prison. Why? Maybe he was tantruming and you like went to feed him or something? It's funky, but like ligament has been bruised. Captain of the Guard punches him in the upper body with his right hand, bruising the muscle and bruising the lung through the cloak. The disorderly was having a hard time breathing, but he didn't die, so. You do web apps? Gotcha. You're stuck though. A good walk just feels to me through thoughts. Yeah. But yeah, I was talking to my little sister about creativity, and she thinks that my creativity came back when I started streaming because it was something that was my own. Apparently, when I didn't think about this until kind of recently, but when I met my ex, it was around the time I stopped being creative, because suddenly all of my free time was focused on her rather than focused on me and doing things for me. But once I started streaming back in 2013, and then seriously in 2014, the Realms of Stone are here. I, at that point, became more aware of how to do things for myself. Yes, because I like separated. Yeah, they're still fighting. I was able to separate work and life and play, right? I always end up like, what is the maximum amount I can get out of the shortest amount of time? Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a min-maxer ever in games. At least you didn't get prison shanked. No, you just got beaten up by the guards. Jesus! They brought us a live animal? Whoa. Man, the Realms of Stone. These guys, 5 rhubarbs, 5 horse cheese, 1 chicken parchment sheet, 1 rope reed rope, 1 hazelwood bucket, 1 wool bag, 20 oat seeds. Ooh, I don't believe we have had any oats. 1 large serrated iron disc, 5 bilberries, 1 fine pewter bar, 5 prepared goat spleen, 5 grapes, 1 nickel cage, 1 copper mail shirt, 5 llama cheese, 1 rope reed bag, 20 raspberry seeds, 1 willow bucket, 1 ginkgo wood training sword, and 1 silty clay, and a blue peacock. What your current fort looks like? Here's the thing. I'm sorry, what? Pink? That is quite the tribute, yeah. Oh, the llama cheese? That's not how that works. That's not how cheese is made. Please. You don't want to know how the sausage is made, but that's certainly not how cheese is made. Or I need to think about cheese very differently. Damn, the video from this morning already has 1,000+ views. Holy shit. That one's doing well. Where does milk come from? Boobies. Duh. You take a blue-footed booby, and you punch it, and the milk comes out.
Cheese for everyone!
Five individual grapes, yes. Although I need to pull that blue peacock out of that cage. I don't think I have. I know I have a tits command. I don't think I have a boobs command. I don't believe I've ever had a boobs command. We've been over this. They're tickets. You silly. You're welcome. It's a very nice tit. Dude. I don't have a boobs command. Yeah, you should, because we don't have one. We have a tits command, which links to the Wikipedia page of tits. But... I mean... Not sure what you're trying to make happen, but... Right next? We're all adults here. Everybody watching this stream is a legitimate adult. No children, only adults. This is an adults-only stream, 18+. Remember that. So there are no children watching this stream, which means it's a bunch of grown-ass adults typing in boobies into my chat. Never change, chat room. I don't. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I said I would and then never did. Dwarves are here to trade. No outpost liaison once again. Oh, curious. Boobs do make everyone childish. They have this magic ability to just make everybody just crumble down into, like, a small child. You're legally considered mentally 12, though? Well, then you need to legally decide whether or not you can legally watch this broadcast, which can legally only be watched by people of the age of 18+. Because I say shit and damn and fuck and really bad words like butt. How you doing, Scotty? It's good to see you. Fuck Comcast, yeah. I don't even use them, but yeah, fuck Can we all just agree, fuck Comcast? Yeah, even worse words like flubba-dubba-dogga-doggus, whatever that means. I'm sure it's very, very rude and dark. That's screen timing. For $6.99 a month on Patreon, you too can have that very well-timed screams. Yeah, it's a Wilhelm scream. Trying to decide what I want to sell to these blokes. Probably got a bunch of crafts that need selling.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
That's rude. So you just had no internet for an hour at work. Hey, at least they took away your work's internet, not your personal internet. That sucks, man. The Tower of Sauron in Philadelphia? Oh, you mean like Comcast? I was unaware they had a Tower of Sauron. But the more you know.
Cheese for everyone.
Ah, it's fine. I like RTS games in theory. I don't like RTS games in practice. Like, I love the idea. No, I don't mind you clipping anything. Clip anything I say. Like, that's the whole point of this stream.
No,
Clipping button.
No.
I mean, I think my favorite image on the internet, or trend on the internet, was when that one person just went to /r, I think it was Pix, and just posted a picture of the Nazi flag and said, if this gets up, and just wrote in all caps, Comcast, 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 and then in brackets next to it, if this gets upvoted enough, it'll show up in Google search images when people type in Comcast. And it got like 60,000 upvotes or something. And then for like a solid couple months after that, if you went to Google and typed in Comcast, it would just pop up in the background. You think? Oh, probably. Because I say shit and damn and fuck plus. Because I say shit and damn. Yeah, the scream in the background's pretty good. We found the moon yesterday. Spread the word. I didn't actually upload that clip. Still might. Waiting for all the dwarves to bring all these crafts that we've been making. Wait, for real? Christopher Lee's in a band?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
God, I laughed way too hard when I was watching that stupid thing. See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut? That's actually, believe it or not, an instructional video about a chipmunk. Like an educational kids video about a chipmunk from like the 60s, 70s. And I was just on Internet Archive just watching random videos and found that one, and I was on just kind of doing a watch party of them on Discord, and we laughed so hard during that one. Just had to add it as some sort of command. Posted in Music Talk. We'll check later. I love bands that have random celebrities in them, like P, for example, which has... Why am I blanking on his name now? I'm terrible at names. Jack Sparrow. Johnny Depp. On guitar. Or Dogstar, which is the band that has everyone's favorite Keanu Reeves in it. It's like, oh, you tried to get famous before you actually got successfully famous, and you were unsuccessfully famous before then. Also, investments are open. But yeah, Pink, if you're trying to use the commands, the sound commands are for people who subscribe at the $10 a month tier on Twitch or $6.99 a month on Patreon. It's kind of how I trick people into helping me pay bills. Or also give you a little bit of extra value for helping me pay bills. I'll listen to it afterwards. I don't want to get struck by stuff. But if you guys stuck it up on Discord, I'll check it out after. What's the red stuff on the floor? That's mud. And probably some blood. But mostly mud. Blood is a lighter color. It's like a slightly brighter shade of red, but mud and blood are the same, or almost the same color in DF, which is a little tricky. Just offering them stuff while I still can. Pink Fluffy. Pink Fluffy has come back a little bit. So Pink Fluffy was purple, but is back up to red now, which is one tick better. And is very happy after reading a whole bunch, but was anxious after discussing doctor work. Battering. Ditches, basically.
Primeval's up, you fuck.
She felt lonely after being away from family members too long. Considering you only have 3 family members in the fortress, it's actually kind of hard to be near family members. But hopefully you snap out of it sooner rather than later.
Cheese for everyone!
And they're done trading. Also, thank you to the people who've lurked in and followed today. Cheers, guys. I think you guys have used more sound commands in the last, like, 30 minutes today than all of my last 4 streams or so. All of the merchants are heading off on their journey. Crazy that those humans are still at war with each other. Yeah, and their population is tanking.
This is unacceptable!
Yeah, Pink Fluffy tantrums again. Pink Fluffy, have you committed a crime? None that I've seen. And the people with the custom sound commands subscribe at $25 a month. Those of you who keep me here, you are definitely tantruming. And you just threw a book. Why are these fools still breathing my air? Warframe. I wish I had more of a brain for programming. Because I've certainly tried it in the past. Did anybody see you throw that book? The music change felt weird. It's part of the soundtrack. Humans are at war with themselves, even less surprising. Ooh. Okay, well, where's my naturalist at? Max. Got the shit kicked out of him by Fluffy. I think Fluffy went and attacked Max. Come on, Fluffy. Hang in there. Panics after being attacked and was afraid after experiencing trauma. That's rough, Max. 137 years old, one of the first of his kind. He'll be okay. Question is, will he go report the crime afterwards? You do programming and you wish that you had more of a brain for it. And then you watch someone who's like a wizard at programming and you're like, how do you do this? You know what I mean? You know, I was talking with somebody last night and we were talking about completing tasks that are difficult for you and skills that you kind of learn. And one thing that I've learned over the years is my talent, if you want to call it that, is talking to people and keeping a conversation going. Which is, as I've been told by family members, infuriating in person. But on stream, it seems to be doing pretty well for me. Dragon Man, what's up? How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. Chat, how we all doing today? Dragon Man would love to know. Mystico? I mean, it looked kind of interesting, but I wouldn't say I took an interest in it. You've shown me a lot of games, some that I've seen before, some that I haven't seen before, and none of them particularly stick out to me. Like, I don't think you've really shown me a single game that I would play. Like, I wouldn't even say I'd play a Mystico. It looks too Legend of Zelda-y for me. And no longer able to talk with normal people, right? Opinions? Oh yeah, no, there's tons of games that are good that I have no interest in. And it's just like me, right? I spend most of my life trying to think like a hive mind, and then when you put me in person with an actual person, I'm just an overbearing, kind of crazy person who never shuts up because I'm just happy that I get to talk with somebody in person. Like, I was having a conversation with somebody relatively recently, and it was this really interesting dynamic because I got to explain how strange it is for me. Actually, let's make Ash. Like, I got to explain to somebody recently how, like, I love what I do. But it's really nice to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't already know me as Blind IRL. No, we need to give elbow bumps because hugs are not social distancing. And please don't get me sick. But, yeah, no, seriously, it's a very strange dynamic for me because, you know, I'm gonna turn off all of this for a little bit. Let's just remove all of these designations because my dwarves need a break, I think. We'll do little chunks at a time rather than just having this whole thing designated. Virtual hugs? Yeah, that'll have to do. But no, it's really interesting. And it's not something that I can really explain to anybody unless they're also somebody who's really experienced it. Like, having like me sitting down in Discord with somebody random who knows me through my stream is completely different than me talking to somebody. I don't think so. Tygo. But, like, I don't really get to turn off ever. It's just working. Interesting. Setting clothing to dump and then turning off the dumping makes them put it into a stockpile. I wonder if that removes it from their ownership. Excuse me. That's fascinating. I mean, you know what's funny about that, Tygo? Is I listen to the radio quite a bit off stream, right? And one of the radio stations I'll listen to is Vancouver's Team 1040, which is basically just Canucks radio. And I put it on when I have no podcasts or any streams up, and I just want to have background noise because I don't like being in my apartment all alone with my thoughts. It's scary. So sometimes I will just put up that as background noise and just have something to listen to, right? Now, those guys talk like the most... How do I explain this without just being an ass? The most ass-backwards boomers I've heard talk in a long time. Like... It's especially during the fucking pandemic. It is borderline bizarre to listen to these blokes talk. Do I like auto battlers? I don't like auto battlers at all. I've tried a few of them. Not for me. I tried Underlords, and I also tried the original Dota Auto Chess, and not my shtick. Also, Sharkers, do you just enjoy recommending games? Because I have a very long list of games that I've already finished, or that I know I want to play, and you adding more on isn't necessarily helping. Because most of the response you're going to get from me is, interesting. But the games that I know I want to play over the next year are pretty much already locked. Also, Alarm Alama, that's an amazing name. Hi, what's up? But yeah, no, those guys are just... It's actually difficult for me to listen to those radio hosts talk because I'm just like... Some of the shit that they say... And yeah, it has to be radio friendly, right? But some of the shit that they say just makes me scratch my head. It's like listening to my dad talk, but almost worse. I have almost no interest in Cyberpunk. Not saying it's a bad game. It looks like a fine game. My time is better spent in other places. All right, Pink Fluffy, we're going to find out if prison's going to fix you or destroy you. Ooh, never mind. You're just going to get the shit kicked out of you. And you're going to get 29 days in prison. Your Dwarf is kind of mentally fucked, but hopefully being in prison improves you a bunch. The hell happened? A Dwarf tantrumed, punched somebody. The crime got reported. Now they're trying to go to the hospital, but they're being dragged to prison. How bad is your Dwarf? Your neck is torn open. Hope you're not losing blood. First time. Yeah, pretty much. Newbie, I see. Yeah, no, I feel like auto battlers are kind of a genre that is being birthed out of the need for more complicated phone games, and they're not interesting to me at all. I'm very confused by this dwarf. I might just need to disable the hospital wall. You really want to go to the hospital, but you're not going to go to the hospital, so I'm going to deactivate the hospital until you get thrown in prison. Then I'll reactivate the hospital. What's an auto battler? Dota auto chess is an auto battler. But yeah, no, a style care. The reason I don't really have any interest in Cyberpunk isn't because the game looks good. The reason I have very little interest in Cyberpunk is I have a particular style of games that I really enjoy, and a particular style of games that I really like to stream. And that particular style of games is often a very wanting genre. It's a genre that doesn't get anywhere close to enough credit. It's a genre that genres that are kind of just exist in the background and get largely ignored. And my time is used for streaming, and I don't really play a lot of games outside of streaming. If I'm playing games outside of streaming, it's probably Tetris Effect. That's like kind of the only game I really play off stream. You adjust the stats between fights and then they auto fight. Yeah, that's kind of the way those games work at their core. To me, it looks like Grand Theft Auto's Deus Ex, which is probably really good, frankly, Taiga, but it's not a game I need to play. But yeah, no, I love Tetris. I will play a fuckload of Tetris off stream, and I often play Trackmania off stream. Those are kind of like the two games that I play off stream, but like, I've never been a really big 3D RPG guy, and like I've played them in the past and enjoyed them, but it's never been a genre that I've gravitated towards. I like games like Deus Ex, but I think that Cyberpunk is number one already probably the most overhyped game ever made, because it is just straight up one of the most hyped games ever made. You might actually improve if you repent. I'll keep an eye on you. Tetris Effect is wonderful. And it's on the Epic Game Store, so you can buy it on Steam. I don't like tabletop RPGs for one simple reason. And it's not that I don't like tabletop RPGs. I love them in theory. I don't like having to coordinate with a group of people to do a thing. I am very me-focused. And I've played D&D a number of times in the past. I've also played other rule sets as well. But I always just get bored. I don't have the attention span to play with a group of people. I don't have, like, I do board game nights with my stream team every other week, but that's 2 hours of us just kind of shooting the shit and hanging out, more or less, just playing simple board games. I enjoy that more because it's just us playing and having fun. But I don't get that out of tabletop RPGs. Tabletop RPGs for me have always either been the turns take too long, or like something will happen where my character isn't involved and then it's like an hour of waiting while 4 other people take their turns. Like, I just find them boring and uninteresting. It's just not something I like. If I didn't have to play tabletop RPGs with other people, I'd love them. And that's why I like traditional roguelikes, because it's a endlessly replayable procedural game that gives me a unique experience every time that doesn't require other humans. It's also why I like CRPGs like Baldur's Gate. Up until recently, I haven't been brave enough to stream CRPGs because I've had this weird thought in my head that people don't want to just sit there and watch me read dialogue. But when I read a Caves of Cud book for 3 hours straight and my view count went up, I've kind of decided that people, I guess, like listening to me read. So I'm going to try doing some CRPGs. But big 3D RPGs, I'll give you an idea. I've never liked a 3D Legend of Zelda game. I've played Majora's Mask, didn't like it. I've played Ocarina of Time, didn't particularly like it. I played Skyward Sword, I hated it, didn't even make it through the opening area. I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I've played Minish Cap, which I loved. I played Oracle of Seasons, which I loved. I played the original one, which I loved. I never made it through Zelda 2 because that game was too hard and I was a child. I played Fallout 1 and 2. I love both of those games. Although Fallout Tactics is better, don't at me. I never finished Fallout 1 or 2, though, because I didn't own it. But that was one of those games that friends did, and we swapped off. Be cool to see me play Tyranny. Not on my to-do list. Currently, my to-do list is Underrail, and then the Wasteland 2 and 3. Wasteland 1's a little bit too old for me. I don't really want to go back to Wasteland 1. But Wasteland 2 and Wasteland 3 I want to play. I also want to play Underrail. Yeah, but why would I do that when I could just play a game on a computer? I at that point, I wouldn't take the time to set it up. And I have personal reasons to want to have solo escapism than playing tabletop RPGs. You're more focused on listening to me while doing stuff other than watching the gameplay all the time. I think that's the majority of the people who watch my streams, Max. Like, I mean, I've been waiting on Wasteland 1 for a while, or Wasteland 2 for a while, Sparkly. And when Wasteland 2 came out, I was kind of like, you know, no, I could probably go back and play Wasteland 1, but I still need to finish fucking Stalker before I can really do anything else. Although, the current game on my to-do list is I really, because I haven't played a lot of shooters, but recently when I've gotten all the news about how my eyes are degrading more rapidly, it's kind of become very much a, well, I gotta deal with this now problem. So because of my eyes degrading, I've decided that I want to play a lot of the shooters that I either enjoyed previously or have wanted to play. So that's why I'm getting around to games like Stalker, and I'm going to replay Fear over Halloween in the next couple of weeks because I played Fear back in the day and I fucking loved it and I want to play it again. The only thing I know about Underrail is that I need to use a guide because I've been told that if you don't define action shooter. I don't know what you mean by an action shooter. I like games with interesting systems. That's where my eyes degrading, my vision is going. I will be fully blind in the next 20 years-ish. Such as the newer Dooms and Dusks? Oh, you mean like more arcadey shooters? I mean, yeah, I played through Dusk. I didn't play it on stream, though. My bitrate's not high enough to stream it. I finished Dusk. Dusk was great. I liked Doom 2016. I kind of have no interest in Doom Eternal, though. They've cranked a lot of things, dials up in that game that I don't want to play. That game doesn't look fun to me. That game looks more like a pain in the ass than fun. Have I tried Ultra Kill? That game looks too fast for me. I don't think I see well enough to play Ultra Kill from the trailers. Also, I feel like I've already played Ultra Kill because I've played Dusk. I know that Ultra Kill's like faster and crazier, but that's not a positive for me. You know, you say that, Max, and a lot of people do. It's always one of the first things that comes up when I mention that my eyes are going. But let me tell you this. There ain't no funding and nobody's researching it. So. Let's get more crafts done so I can get more boulders removed. All right, it is lunchtime for me, and I don't want to be late on my lunch like I was yesterday. So I'm gonna go do lunch stuff. We'll be back in around 5 minutes. BRB, momentarily. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. You guys can follow this dwarf. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out today. Could I get a round of beers? Be back in a minute. It'll definitely cost like a motherfucker, and the research that is ongoing, most of it is not related to my form of blindness, so it's not particularly useful to me. But yes, back in a minute. Hey, picture point. It was just AFK getting FUDs. But FUD has been acquired. Someone was throwing a tantrum? Yeah. No disorderly conduct claims, though. Dwarf count still at 50. We all good. Yeah, no, any, like, serious fortress threats will pause the game. Like, anything that could, like, kill the entire fortress will pause the game. Of course, there are some things that won't pause the game. Like, if there was a tantrum spiral or a loyalty cascade, which doesn't really happen in the current version, that could cause me problems. But, you know. Did you see new screenshots that were posted, Picture Point? Looks pretty sick. Yeah. Hold on. I have no idea how you keep all of your dwarves occupied. Like, you have 20 out of 38 doing nothing. Make sure that they all have jobs. And make sure that they all have, like, a couple general jobs, right? I've got a few jobs that just kind of always need doing. Jobs like spinning and pressing and planting. Always happening in the background. That too. In temple, library, and guild hall. And they don't need to be fancy. They can just be a single tile or like 4 tiles. Just a tiny little zone somewhere they can go to pray. Well, pressing is for... Excuse me. No problem, balance spinner. Pressing is for, like, getting honey out of wax. But processing plants is another way I keep people busy. I got a shit ton of pigtails, right? Process plants, which gets me... Takes my pigtails and processes them into thread and gets the seeds out of them. And then automatically, all of my, like... 24 or so dwarves that have the weaving job will then go grab those and weave them into cloth at the loom. That's a lot of jobs that are suddenly getting done. We got dwarves that are doing more planting because I have more pigtail seeds. I got dwarves that are weaving because they're weaving, and I've got dwarves that are processing plants. It's like all of a sudden you have like a bunch of different things. Or you can be making slurries into parchments. Yeah, but I'm not doing that. And now we have a human merchant. Basti Jismak. The sport hooligans. You're moving fast. So, the tribute from the group of alchemy for Spring 75. Again, like, nowhere near as good as previous ones. God damn, the Realms of Stone are just much better at bringing us stuff than these guys are. Would break a block every now and again. Why would that be cool? That sounds bad. There is. I don't know how to set it up, but there is. I have 2 people giving me tributes every year, yep. The Confederacy of Sport and the Realms of Stone. Because we were a totally legitimate non-criminal organization. Like 20 years ago? Jack Norick? I didn't do any invading in this fort. I went and demanded they give me stuff. I didn't invade them. Invading them would imply that I went there and killed them. I didn't go there or kill them. I went there and said, give me your shit and we won't kill you. And so they gave me shit and I don't kill them. It's a pretty simple deal, honestly. And what's even better about it is not only do they give us tribute, but now they also trade with us. So they're actually profiting. And now elves are here to trade. Sorry, my mouth is kind of full. I mean, we're not selling cookies. We're selling statues and figurines. But yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm regretting the bread that I bought. I bought this bread, and that's part of a brand I don't normally buy, which is kind of really fancy, and I don't normally buy it because it's too expensive, but it was $2 off. Really dry. Like almost unedibly dry. But yeah, no, we are just slowly removing all of these boulders from this spot. I love how there's already blood in here and we haven't even, like, released the monsters into here yet. Well, I'm gonna need another spot in here, I guess. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to dig another... Well, actually, you know what? Instead of doing that, I'm gonna queue up another area. I'm gonna queue up another area over here. And this area is going to be a side entrance for more animals because I've got already another Etten that I'm gonna need to put in here, right? So might as well have another safe entrance for said Etten. Already started digging out this, we can use that. The labyrinth, it grows. It grows. I'm like way too excited to release creatures into the labyrinth though. I think it's gonna be too much fun.
Hey.
Hey, Carrie. Thank you very much for the 1 year with that Prime subscription. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. Not that I really run ads anyway, but thank you. That sounds dangerous. I mean, aren't most things dangerous? If you don't know who Carrie is, you should go follow the ever-lurking Carrie. She's wonderful. Plays a lot of indie games and a lot of Crusader kings and queens. As well as some strategy stuff like the Civilizations, which I hear is real good this time of year. How am I? It's a good question. It fluctuates. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. I slept okay last night. YouTube video's doing good. Stream's good. No complaints. I'm pretty good. I haven't really gotten heavily into a Civ since Civ 2. We're just building a labyrinth to put big scary monsters in, because I have some big scary monsters, so might as well put them in somewhere. So I'm going to put them into a labyrinth and make them fight, because I am a good person that doesn't want anything horrible to happen to any of my friends. So thus, I will take my friends and put them into big scary maze with big scary monster, because isn't that what you do to your friends? We've got a Cyclops, which is going in here. We've got an Etten, which is just a giant with 2 heads going in here. It'll be good. Labyrinth Tavern. That sounds like the dwarven version of the escape room craze. Welcome to the Labyrinth Tavern, the tavern that you can't escape from because you're too drunk to know where you are. No, the drinks are not free. I mean, isn't that what you're supposed to do with Forgotten Beasts, is forget about them? They wouldn't exactly be Forgotten Beasts if you forgot about them. Yeah, I saw what... I saw that. Can I ask a question? What's the ability of that Forgotten Beast? It's fire, right? It's a fire breather, yeah? It's just any tavern, sure. Because if it's a fire-breathing beast, hear me out, right? you build a circular building, okay, with a little set of fortifications on one side, above ground, right next to the front door of your fort. And you put a drawbridge or something like a drawbridge to block that, make it one tile wide. And then when baddies are coming up, you open the drawbridge and they walk past it, and then fire breather go and turn them all into nice little fried chicken. And then you eat them. Or maybe don't eat them. But like, now you have fried chicken. I see no problem. Goblinite profit. Yeah, exactly. Fried goblin equal free copper or iron. Ooh. You're beating up my mayor in his sleep. He's just saying we can't export dresses. Welcome back, Count Lupo. And, Squug has been elected mayor. And, Screw has died. An end of an era. The steward's crew. Well then. I wonder if anyone's even going to report that crime. Actually, I wonder, can I even expel him? Or would he take his whole family with him? More importantly, why can't I remember where you are on this menu, Barons? There you are. Should we send him away or keep him? I mean, he is an adult. And he did just murder our mayor. Actually, hold on. Let's just... Because they found him dead. Let's see if anybody reports the crime. If somebody reports the crime, then I can interrogate him. Also, I will not do that, because that will not help Dwarven mood, and I don't care about your requests at this point. We need to recover Dwarves' mood. No, I will simply expel you. In any other fortress, I would humor that and try, but not in this one. I cannot permit this kind of thing to happen. Goodbye, Barons II the Disorderly. Go finish your meal and get out. Especially because you probably just killed a beast. To be honest, Barons. That's our first expulsion, this fort. True story. Like, actually, the first dwarf we've had get expelled. Also, Eric, what? Whoa. What even happened to you? Eric was fine last time I checked. The hell? Plus after being confined. He did some prison time. Not sure what for. Wow. We try not to be. Hold fire. But if we have to be, we will. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to Eric. He was a good dwarf. Solid all these years. No problems. Out of nowhere, just gone. Gosh. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, you'll re-earn it, and you can have that 420 opportunity. I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure, yes, I do indeed have tombs available. Been a while since I've had a dwarf die. Need to put another chest into Squug's space because he needs another one for being a mayor. But Exile, I wanted you to get gibbed, man, but I just can't deal with you killing my dwarves because that's going to upset more dwarves than anything. Nope, children can be born. 45 to 50 children can be born. Yeah, we can have 2 new kids. Like, it sucks, Barons, but like... is what it is. And it's unfortunate. What is adult age? 12. Like right now, our oldest child is Nax, who is 12. So next year we'll become an adult. And is currently vomiting everywhere. They become an adult at 13, but that's like when they mature, excuse me. Make that peacock available as a pet. What is Odd Realm? Well, a game that's a little bit like Dwarf Fortress. A little $10 game that's up on Steam. Also was in that massive, no, that's Odd World. Not Odd Realm. Here, I'll link Odd Realm. Yeah, Odd Realm is a very DF-like town builder that's up on Steam. Made by a person from my city, too. Very cheap. It was in that itch.io bundle if you happened to buy that. Responding into a couple YouTube comments. I just hope that the debug creature makes it into the game somehow. Because that debug creature is so cute looking. Hey, Kook. Dude, how you been? It's been a while. How long has it been? Christ. God, it's been like 2 months? How you been? Briefly? Why only briefly? Busy, busy, busy. Gotcha. Just busy time of year? There we go. All my animals are getting trained and slaughtered. I'll actually have cages available again. Too many months? Yeah. Well, you last spoke on 7/9/2020. It's now 10/8/2020, so... Still busy? Oh, God. Just busy with real life shit? Which means you probably missed the start of this fortress. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. And it's very big. Very big. Yeah, I was actually thinking about you recently. I was wondering if you'd gotten bored of me. That thought always pops into my head when people disappear for extended periods of time. It's always like, oh God, did they get bored of me? What did I do? Death by frames? No. We've been fine. We are on year 70 of the fortress. Still alive and well. Means it's time to make another statue. Yeah, no, we've had no issues with frames so far. We've been doing a very good job keeping the frames solid. You know, Odd Realm is an interesting game because it does enough things very differently from Dwarf Fortress that it kind of stands on its own, while at the same time kind of scratches the DF itch in a way. Although the issue with Odd Realm is it has maybe about 20 to 30 hours worth of content. Like, it's not endlessly replayable currently. You lost your second screen? No! I have a third screen. And that's a candle, but yeah, I got a third screen. And shit cam's down here now. As everything's getting smoothed. So have you been able to watch anything that I've put out, or has it just been like life's busy, life comes first type times? Because I get that. Yeah, life does come first. Hey, Warm Shadow, welcome back. And here comes all of the smoothing. Did I miss that bottom wall? I did. Kind of just trying to get this stuff smoothed one spot at a time. Like, let's try and get this back square smooth next. Well, kind of one area. They can get it done pretty quick after they're done with this area. But regardless, Cook, it's good to see you. Even if it's just brief. Hoping also having this side door here will help a little bit with timing. Because, yeah, that I don't know if you've seen any of it, but the stuff for the Steam version looks really nice. Especially the update that they put out today. I really like the way the different facial features on the dwarves look, because we've only really seen the one placeholder beard so far. But they look quite varied. I quite like them. Yeah, I must have, like, lost my animal trainer or something, because nobody was training animals. And I have all of, like, these wild animals that need to constantly be trained and slaughtered so that I can free up my cages to have more wild animals, but... And now I'm out of coffee. Which is always a problem. Why is the coffee always gone? Not the rum in this case. Different kind of addiction. Slightly better. But fortunately doesn't kill your liver. You took the coffee with you? God damn it! There actually are coffee beans in DF, but... Or coffee fruits, rather. But they just eat the fruits. They don't know how to make coffee. That being said, could you imagine dwarves with coffee withdrawal? I don't know if I'd want to think about that too much. How's Fluffy doing? Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life and running in circles, mindlessly. How's Eric doing? So haggard. Yeah, I have no idea what happened to Eric. Kind of one day to the next, just lost it completely. Eric was always a very happy dwarf. Kind of a very out of nowhere situation. Oh. An odd one. Maybe they get the coffee fruits because they make that special poop coffee. I can assure you that they don't, because dwarves don't poop. Didn't you know that? You don't want a hyper dwarf with a temper tantrum? I mean, we have sugar. Maybe we can have a hyper sugar dwarf with a temper tantrum. Wouldn't that just be brilliant? Honestly, the hardest part about this maze is just getting all this shit out of here. The human caravan has arrived, but this time they arrived with the royal treasure. That depends on the kind of sugar. and the amount of sugar, but yeah. Not really sugar, but did anybody else see those all that flurry of articles that popped up last week about research that has been done into Tylenol and ibuprofen and what it does to our brains? Shit's actually kind of spooky. It's very mild, but supposedly ibuprofen and Tylenol remove our fear of danger. Like, it's the same part of your brain, or very similar parts of your brain, that the pain receptors are in. And the other human caravan arrived. Sweet, so we get to trade with both of them. Wonder if they're finished with their war. Hey, Naxaraxus has grown up. Let's see what you want to do with your life. Well, first off, you're kind of bitter. You like pig iron and sunstone and giant mountain goat hoof, amber and the color pale pink and gizzard stones and high boots and bracelets and animal traps. But yeah, it dulls our... It's very mild. Like, we're talking like minimal percentages. But it dulls your sense of fear and your ability to self-preserve. So Tylenol and ibuprofen, when you're taking your pain reliever to make your headache go away or whatever, you're slightly less risk averse, which is fascinating to me. She truly treasures the company of others and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious the situation or inappropriate. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Okay. All right, well, you seem like a stone crafter to me, first off. Foremost, you like bracelets and everything. We're also going to give you stone crafting and bone carving because you like hooves. We're also going to give you leather working because I need more leather workers. I'm going to give you all of the hauling jobs, and then we're going to go down here and give you that, and that. And then the last thing I want to find out is if you like military or not. Are you brave? This I'm just going to skim read. Doesn't say you got excitement. Okay, so you wouldn't want to be in the military. But you can certainly go help us detail some walls. You haven't touched on leatherworking yet? Are you butchering animals? No, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just interesting that these like mild painkillers and stuff that we just use constantly affects our brain in other ways that we didn't initially perceive. Like, supposedly, there's certain blood thinners that can cause major mood swings that we... And things like road rage, like anger for the sake of anger with no real thought behind it, that we are only just realizing right now, and things like heart attack medication that you give to people to stop them from having heart attacks, and there's various. There's also a medication that is specifically designed to lower cholesterol. Which also causes road rage, and it affects the portion of your brain that keeps your self-control in check, so you get frustrated easily, which is interesting. And there's a statistic that's coming out that if you're on cholesterol medication to lower your cholesterol, you're something like 18% more likely to die of statins. You're something like 18% more likely to die a violent death, either in a car accident or in a fight. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. But also fascinating. I don't know. I just think that shit's interesting. That being said, if you're on statins, if you're on cholesterol medication, you should take your medicine so you don't die. But also, like, it's interesting that we're only figuring out these side effects, like, after these medicines have been around for how long? Desley. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Now, to be clear, I'm not a fucking doctor. I've just read articles about this shit. Because you have a reduced risk of dying from heart disease. I mean, maybe? I guess it just like balances out. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood. Bring me all of the wood. All of it. It's more likely to be violence. Yeah, that's interesting. But if you put it that way. But take your meds and smoke weed is all I'm saying, Nex. Take your meds and chill the fuck out. We have finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your crafts worship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Accidental correlations are no joke. The article I read did not make it look like an accidental correlation. It made it look like a direct correlation. But okay. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, we bid farewell to you and your stout dwarf. But yeah, no, there's certainly things that have come out that are then proven false, but when a statistic is shown and then another statistic is shown and then another statistic is shown and then a bunch of other people test it and then they start checking people's mood and scanning people's brains, it's like, no, this is actually affecting you that way. So, I think it's a bit of both. All right, let's trade with the people that are already here. I'm just going to take all of their metal. Trade with you. And they're still unloading. Yeah, all of their wagons ain't even here yet. I need to do something out of silver. Silver ring. $200. Let's make a bunch of silver rings. Because it seemed to affect your general mood. I hate ibuprofen. I hate that shit. And I have to take it sometimes right now because my pain gets so bad in my knees. But it does something to me. I don't know what it is. It makes me feel weird the next day if I take a bunch of ibuprofen. Like if I take 4 ibuprofen pills, which is about what I need to like clear my pain, really affects me the next day. Oh, moon rolled over. Funny comic about accidental correlations. I've never found XKCD particularly funny, but I'll read this one. Huge study that says on the evidence of cell phones cause cancer. Wasn't it cell phones that was supposed to like make you sterile? I seem to recall reading articles about that. Or not that, but like my parents telling me about that. Like, don't put your phone in your lap. It'll make you unable to have kids. I think they got that backwards. I'm going to assume cancer causes cell. I mean... No, this was way pre-4G. This was way before 4G. This was like back when I had a slide phone. And like all it could do was text and I had 20 minutes of talk time a month. Like this was a long time ago. Way pre-4G. Heated seats make you stare. What? Where did that one come from? Never heard of that. Hope the humans brought me fish. Because they bring all of the fun fish. It's always the drugs or the water system? Yeah, pretty much. Although, depending on where you live. Your scientific advisor once told you a story about cell phones. They'd set up a bucket of water with the same heat capacity as a human head. And put a phone near it and force the maximum power on its antenna and heated it by 1C in 1 hour. Huh. It can't affect you short term. Learning something every day. Your dad is a 5G conspiracy theorist? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. One of my favorite things that I've seen in the last couple of years was I stumbled upon a YouTube channel that I'm not going to get into too much. Well, I mean, like with anything Coldfire, as long as people are civil, it doesn't matter. I won't shout out the guy's YouTube channel, but you could probably find it if you look for it. There's this one bloke he's made like 700 videos on the topic, and he's completely convinced that 5G towers exist purely to, it's because it's on topic, sterilize the entire population and stop us from having kids. So he's just like, yeah, they're going to like annihilate and sterilize entire cities. I'm like sitting there going like, well, that's not how that works, but also, would that be a bad thing? Frankly, we need less people. Like, /S, but you know. Interesting, they didn't bring me any fish. I'm upset. Sad. Size. Sounds like a fun little experiment though, Tyga. Yeah, right? It's like the sun is doing a better job of killing you than cell phones. Where's that depressed dwarf? I saw depressed dwarf. Where you go? Finished. Oh, there you are. Pink Fluffy. Pink Fluffy's also still just in a bad way. It's time to brew some drinks. No, that's extract. Brew drink from plants, brew drink from fruit. Yes. No, I agree with that problem. It's not something that should happen and something that should certainly be avoided, but like, I'm pretty sure you could duct tape yourself to a 5G tower for a very long period of time and still be fine. Like, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that 5G towers are not that bad. I mean, I stopped eating bananas because they fuck me in the blood sugar. I miss bananas. Isn't like everything radioactive to a point? Like fucking batteries are radioactive? Yeah, I do have I have a legit reason, and it makes me sad every morning because I used to exclusively eat bananas in my oatmeal, and now I can't eat bananas in my oatmeal anymore unless I want my blood sugar to go like almost hyperglycemic, which is like enough to put me into coma. A banana will do that to me. A single fucking banana is enough to almost put me into a coma. which is wild. Pink Fluffy's tantruming again. Yeah, but it's minor at best. I sort of know a dude who will like sell stuff at nerd conventions in a booth, and he mostly just sells weird antiques and things, like and under the guise of it's steampunk, but he's kind of like an antiques reseller. Oh, vandalism charge against Pink Fluffy. Yeah. I thought Pink Fluffy was going to go punch that statue, and then we would have had a vampire on our hands, which would have been fun. But anyway, he's basically just an antiques reseller. Sorry about the prison sentence, Pink Fluffy, but it has to happen. Also, I just realized something. Our steward, aka Mayor, is also the captain of the guard, dungeon master, and our broker. So handling the books, captain of the guard, and head of the dungeons is in charge of the fort. This seems like a corruption problem. But anyway, one day he bought a Geiger counter from somebody in some deal, and it wasn't selling it. He was just keeping it. And he just started scanning the stuff that he had in his booth, and the radiation levels off of this one clock that he had, which was like a 1940s clock, was so high. He had to like pack his shit up and leave because of how bad it was. Like, this clock was just giving off unsafe levels of radiation, which is ridiculous. I don't know what he ended up doing with the clock. I think it just lives in his garage. But, like... Sure, yeah. That's the whole point of 5G, isn't it? There's some awesome theories in space that there's a barrier protecting our solar system from massive space radiation. Really? Can you give me a TLDR? But I'll look it up later. Interesting. I know nothing about that stuff, Warm Shadow and CCX. Radium clocks? Hold on. Let me search it. Radium dials are a clock. Which other instrument dials painted with a radium luminescent paint? Oh my god. Okay, number one. That looks fucking cool. But also that is terrifying. Like, holy shit, that looks cool, but also like, whoa. That's like something you'd see in fucking BioShock, man. Relieved remembering being released from confinement. I think that you'll improve. I hope. Let's give you stoneworking, something else to do. The Van Allen belt is a high radiation field just outside of our atmosphere. Huh. Is this recent? Also, Silver, just wanted to say that the interview went well. Expecting a call back in an hour. Is this a job interview? Because, like, congrats, man. But yeah, no, I found Radium Dials' company. Stuff. That's fascinating. I mean, I wonder. I don't know. I never asked him, and I haven't seen him in a couple of years, but he was one of those people who just frequented all of, like, the nerd conventions that I used to go to. So I'd see him at, like, he'd be at PAX in the Artist Alley and at various other places. Baby, you gotta stop. I hope that it's a good Subway sandwich. What? Chat's just like pre-beering. Balinar, what up? They detonated a nuke in it in the 80s or 70s? Wow. Yeah, we don't send astronauts between the Van Allen belt often, but when we do, it needs to be... I remember, I was reading an interview about one of the recent astronauts who went to the space station and spent like, it was like 3 or 4 months up there. Game's lagging. Saving? I thought the game was lagging, but it wasn't. I was just tabbed out. But no, anyway, I know the space station is like out of that region of radiation, but the radiation that they do get on the space station is significantly more intense than on the Earth. Or at least I'm assuming it's out of that area, rather, because I didn't know about that until a minute ago. But what they were saying is that every couple of minutes when you're on the space station, there's a flash that you kind of see out of the corner of your eyes. And what it is it's radiation particles in the air being... Because the sun kind of pulsates in a way, right? And every 30 seconds to a couple of minutes, the sun pulsates and lets out a wave of radiation, right? And
Cryptlurk.
Simfield, thank you very much for the Prime for the 13th month. Good to know that you're still around. Seriously, man. Thank you. Cheers. Can I get a round of beers for Sinfield? Sinfield's been around this stream for, like, as long as I've been actively casting, it feels like. Yeah, you followed me back in 2015. Thank you for just sticking around. Cheers, man. But anyway, so the sun pulsates, right? And you can actually, apparently, according to astronauts that have been to the space station, see it in the corner of your eye. Once in a while when you're around it nowadays. Dude, you know, there's people who still lurk in my channel that have been lurking in my channel on and off as long as I've been casting, like since 2014 and stuff, and it's crazy. Oh, I'm sure. Look up cloud chamber experiment. Sure. I like how we went from like conspiracy theories about radiation to actual stories about radiation and legit radiation.
Crypty, cryptu, 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 cryptory.
Dude, seriously, Silvertongue, I'm glad the interview went well. Welcome back. 3rd month streak, 8 months total. Enjoy those emotes and the ad-free viewing. Welcome back. One more person subs or someone cheers 100 bits and that's a hype train. Thank you very much. Specifically, cameras on the ISS break permanently that way. So you can see spots in the camera fields from radiation. I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. Read the last Discord story. Hopefully we have enough words. Give me a sec. Discord, what do you have for me? Urist Dwarf's statue cracked underground because llamas are dangerous. However, camels are subterranean river crustaceans. Discovery of future sentences deemed successful. Pastime of Chad. Community. Convicts. 7. Hype train. Thank you, Wave Thrash, for re-upping that subscription for another month while this dwarf meditates on speech. Good to have you back. Cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, because that's what really matters, right? It's not having to see those fucking ads that Twitch is throwing at everybody these days. While this dwarf meditates on speech. How's the smoothing of that area down below going? The boulders are slowly getting thinner. Uh-oh. Buzzard is fighting? I should run the military to kill the buzzard. Do-do-do-do. All right, ads. Well, here's the thing. Not everybody's ad blockers seem to be working these days, which sucks. Like, realistically, I don't personally care too much about ads, but I don't want people to have to see them at all. And supposedly, a lot of people's ad blockers have stopped working recently. Like, at all. And I've noticed because, like, my ad revenue went up relatively significantly. Like, my ad revenue has quadrupled in the last 2 weeks on Twitch. So it went from, like, 80 cents a day to, like, $1 plus. Kinda nuts. Mainly the pre-rolls. I mean, I don't know. I want to turn ads off on my stream. I don't want you guys to have to see ads, period. It's just... don't. I wish I had that control. You disable it for streamers who manually run ads so they don't interrupt? I mean, you shouldn't see ads mid-stream on my channel at all. And, I don't manually run ads. I mean, ideally, you should never see ads on my stream because I don't run ads, right? And Twitch did that mid-stream ad test run for like 48 hours, but they turned it off. So fortunately, that's not actually a feature. The blowback on that was intense.
This is money I am not using because I'm quarantined. A.
The way she says A is funny. Thanks for the $5. Cheers, man. Thanks for helping me stay funded. Yeah, I too also haven't been using a lot of money because quarantined. Also, I'm not going to conventions this year, which has been a weirdly big money saver. That you can shut your screen off and shove your phone in your pocket? Wait, can you not watch an audio only? Or is Twitch just not letting you subscribe for some reason? 'Cause I don't think I can subscribe on Twitch mobile. I would not recommend subbing on mobile if you have the option not to. Like, ideally... yeah, that's the only time you should get ads. And even then, you shouldn't get ads at all, Coldfire, because you're subscribed. But if you're trying to sub, do it on do it on a desktop if you have one. It'll be cheaper. Hype train to level 2. You only got 25 seconds. So unless somebody has spare change right now, it might be too late. Oh, you don't anymore? Cool. Because, like, you should be... you had me worried for a second there, Coldfire. I was like, why are you seeing ads on my stream? Thought for a second there I screwed up settings. Export of Windows is prohibited. Well, that's fine. I don't ever export Windows. But regardless, guys, thanks for the mini hype train. Cheers. Only games you bought in the last few months only cost $5, and some games have had for a couple decades. I wanted a legit Steam HD version of them. Yeah, fair enough. I know that feeling. Choo-choo indeed. We'll export Linux instead. I was gonna say we'll only export apples, but that joke works too. I don't think dwarves are capable of making an item called Linux, but dwarves are capable of making an item called apples. Or we could pick apples. A supreme apple roast. He's a happy kid. 4 years old. Yeah, I mean, those games are cheap as hell all the time. Fortunately, we live in an era where games are really cheap at times. Well, I mean, that's what the mayor's mandate is export of Windows is prohibited. Such a good game, Coldfire. DF, DCSS, CDDA, OpenTTD. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what's... AI Dungeon. I don't know. There's so many games that are either extremely cheap to free that exist that are all incredible. I don't even really see the point of... OpenRCT isn't free, though. They don't have a full graphics set. You need to buy base game Roller Coaster Tycoon to play OpenRCT. Whereas OpenTTD has a full open source like graphics set. The other humans have arrived. The Realms of Stone. Yeah, so no, our OpenRCT 2 isn't free. Because it doesn't have its own graphics. If it had its own... If someone actually sat down and made custom graphics for OpenRCT, it would be free. And I would add it to that list. Oh, there is a free Stalker game that you can play. Stalker Anomaly. Because the Stalker source code was released. So you can just... Wow. That's a lot of stuff. Also, what? 5 reindeer cheese, 1 iron puzzle box, 1 lead cage, 1 alpaca wool yarn, 1 copper pick, 1 rope reed bag, 1 pearwood barrel, 10 bumblebee ichor, gross, 1 plumwood barrel, 10 beetle ichor, 1 llama wool bag, 1 guinea fowl leather backpack, 1 bronze pick, 5 raspberries, 1 alpaca wool bag, 10 red root dye, ooh, that's interesting, 1 maple chest, 1 mule leather quiver, and 1 pearwood isdi. And a partridge and a pear tree. And I'm going to screenshot this. Sheep cheese. Yep. It's not the weirdest cheese in Dwarf Fortress. Oh yeah, Minesweeper should be in there. Although Minesweeper isn't really free anymore. Probably don't open that puzzle box. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine if you open that puzzle box. What could possibly go wrong if you open that puzzle box? Oh yeah, Doom RL. Aliens RL. I don't know. There's just so many absolutely fucking brilliant games. Strawberry plant roast. I like that they made a strawberry plant roast, not a strawberry fruit roast. They roasted the plant, not the fruit. Oh no? Why is that no? Aren't strawberry plants poisonous? God damn, that video is doing well. Fucking 2,400 views already. Or 1,400. 1,500 views, actually. The video that I uploaded this morning about dwarves being represented graphically. Video's doing well, damn. Like, the live view count isn't even keeping up with how many views it actually has. Kind of wild. Not sure, maybe poisonous? Hold on. Are strawberry plants poisonous? I seem to recall hearing that. Like the leaves are, but I could be mistaken. No, but they will make you sick. So, that, like, not deadly, but, like, apparently strawberry leaves are, like, mildly poisonous. No, but this one's, like, doing better than most of the content updates I do. Like, most of the ones I do get, like, 1,000 views in, like, 2 days. You know, this one's at 1,500, and it's been up for 5 hours. And Pink Fluffy's gone berserk. All right, well, lock the door. Sorry, Pink Fluffy. You've completely lost it. You're not a member of the fortress anymore. I'm so sorry, Pink Fluffy. Yep, he's a lost cause. And Eric Shadowblade has sunk into depression. I have no idea what happened to this dwarf. This dwarf has been fine and has always been a super happy dwarf. And then all of a sudden just gone. I don't know what happened with that one. Export of Windows is still prohibited. But the dwarves have arrived to trade. As they do every year at this time. We're gonna go trade crafts. Why are you guys munching the leaves? I don't know, because dwarves are weird, man. Oh shit! We have a new liaison. I'm gonna screenshot this for memory's sake. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. I have replaced Mistum. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We haven't spoken in several years. We've added information to your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please bring us all of the wood so I don't have to chop down wood and piss off the elves. More than I need to. We've finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craftsdwarfship. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. Now let's check the news. Oh, well, we're still at war. Still invading the same goblins. I can't wait for the King Wild Coleister to die. And the humans are also still fighting with each other. Ves and Yane. Yanni? How do you pronounce Y-A-N-E? Is it Yane or Yanni? Yanni? I'm gonna go with Yanni. Yeah, that's a, yeah, Nani. That's how you do it. It's too fucking funny. You're gonna hop into beds. You hop into beds, but don't hop too high because you might hit your heads. You have a good night's sleep, animal. I hope school's been good. Not unless you want it to be, Warm Shadow. I should listen to that new Minecraft music at some point on stream. Little known or widely known fact is this streamer thinks that JoJo references are one of the most obnoxious things in existence and loses a little bit of respect for anybody who makes one, but accepts that some people are just not meant to be respected. There's blood everywhere. Jesus Christ. Why is there blood everywhere? There's just buzzard blood everywhere. Pool of buzzard blood. A pool of buzzard blood. That's fair. I mean, I just accept that some people are just degenerates, you know? Part of life. Not necessarily a bad thing to be a degenerate. I'm a bit of a degenerate. Good bets, Barons and Coldfire and Balinor. RIP to everybody else. Pity I don't have a lull emote. I could see a dwarf lulling. You want to know? Okay, Barons, if you actually don't know, JoJo's is an anime that just references everything and manga. And the whole point of it is it's just one gigantic reference machine. So technically saying, is that a JoJo reference? Is a JoJo reference. Even if it's not a JoJo reference. That makes sense. Yeah, it's like the Rick and Morty fandom of anime, basically. They make you not want to like things. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I've read some of the manga, and it's fine. But the community surrounding it makes me just annoyed. That being said, I didn't even make it through a single episode of Rick and Morty. I made it about 10 minutes into one and went, nope. Nope. Not for me. And I've had a few people tell me, like, oh, you got to give it more of a chance. Nope. Not for me. Don't like it. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Fuck this shit. I'm out. And that's basically my opinion on Rick and Morty. Any questions? That being said, I'm sad I didn't get to go to the Rick and Morty party at PAX East. I didn't get an invite. My friend did. They were on a frickin' boat. I wanted to go around on a boat. I didn't get to go. I tried. But they weren't doing +1s. I even had like a contact on the inside. I wasn't able to pull it off though. There's no tension? Well. I've ended up at a lot of weird parties during my time in this content creation business with a lot of weirdly famous people. It's like when you create content on the internet, it's a very strange life, right? You exist as someone to sell things for other people, according to companies. And then once every 6 to 8 months, when there isn't a pandemic happening, you get to live like an absolute total rock star. When they treat you real nice and give you free alcohol and free stuff and it's a good time. And then the rest of the time, I just question whether or not I'm just part of this giant machine that's trying to part you with your money. I have a lot of, like, internal discussions with myself about the things that I support. Ah, they brought us cave fish. Excellent. I want to have a variety of foods because I got some dwarves that like eating fish, but because we're not fishing here, it's nice to have the food variety. Yeah, I have a lot of internal deliberations with myself about whether or not I respect myself for what I do, which is why I try and support games that I have faith in, that I really like, that I want to support. Wasn't always that way, but when your life flashes before your eyes, you question the things that you do with your time very heavily. Also, one of the reasons why, like, I'm not just jumping onto brand new games that pop up, you know? Like, Baldur's Gate 3 just dropped. Well, the early access of it dropped. Don't get me wrong, that game looks great. That game's $80 in Canada money. And, it's not finished. I don't really want to go promoting and suggesting indirectly that people go buy a game that is not finished and expensive. That's good. I'm glad that you're getting your time out of that game. Hades is your recent favorite? I wish I could play Hades, man. Hades looks so fucking good. It looks so fucking good. But I can't. I've tried. Not on stream, but I can't even get to Meg most runs. Let alone get past Meg. I don't see well enough. I can't hit things in that game, and it's frustrating beyond all fucking reason. Makes me so angry. There are very few games that just make me mad that my eyes suck, but that's one of those games that just makes me mad my eyes suck, because I want to play it. It's firmly in the region of games this streamer just can't play. What sucks even more about it, Sinfield, is I loved the original early access release. The original early access release was like, I could get to Meg most runs, but there wasn't much beyond that. And I was like, okay, this is hopefully going to be good enough. And hopefully I'll be able to see good enough. I wish I could play Frostpunk without puking. Watching stream... I was watching... I think she's lurking, but I was watching Kiri stream that. And I was also watching Sui stream that. And both of those streams made me ill. The stream, in like a small window, made me ill. I don't know what it is about it, man. It's such a nice looking game. Although, Frostpunk is making a board game. It's on Kickstarter right now. If I had friends or space to play that, that would be fun. Actually, what I really want is I want them to put it into Tabletop Simulator so I can play with my stream team, you know what I'm saying? We need refined coal. Well, I mean, it's a good thing you're not into roguelikes, because neither of those are roguelikes. We had this conversation earlier today. Please don't make me do it again. You like action run-based games. That's fine. Well, that's okay. that you like run-based games that are action-oriented. Be fine. Now we're just gonna need to kind of keep on... I mean, roguelites works. Neither of them are roguelikes. Hey, Zychron. Hey, smelting ore. Making charcoal, okay. Why is no one smelting? Not limonite ore. All right, well, what the heck are you doing then? You're socializing, okay. Not what I expected, but... And how was that, Aqua? Although on the topic of action roguelikes or run-based action games, check out fucking this shit. Right here. Ziggurat. The sequel. Ziggurat was the first kind of run-based first-person shooter that I played. In fact, I think it was maybe the first one, period. The studio then went on to go make Farm Together for like 6 years and a platformer and a few other games. But they're putting out a sequel to Ziggurat, which makes me very excited because I really liked the original Ziggurat. And looking at the trailer for it, which is this. Those gun models are nice and small. And a lot of the guns and weapons in this game are like wands. So I'm not going to have any like visual issues with this. I'm going to play the shit out of this. Looks exceptionally unappealing. I tend to agree, but I think that Rogue Legacy is just suffering from the problem of... Whoops, that's the wrong button. I think it's suffering from the wrong problem of not having the content to support the game. Like, if you want to play a run-based platformer, fucking go play Spelunky 2. Also, if anybody wants the full trailer. There you go. I already linked it, but right there. You missed it. You got to a point with FTL where you kind of saw the mechanics more than the game and it burnt you out. Played like 50 hours. I like watching FTL a lot. I don't really like playing FTL. I owned FTL on my tablet way back when. And I quite enjoyed it. I never really liked... Eric Shadowblade cancels smelt or too depressed. My god, man. How am I? I'm doing good, Liam. How about yourself? So we need a command to auto-post this after this first sentence. If somebody wants to write up a really nice definition of roguelike command, please give that to me. You were really excited for Spellbreak until you learned that it was a Battle Royale game? Oh, does that mean that you're interested in Ziggurat? Because Ziggurat 1 was great. So I hope that's... I hope Ziggurat 2 lives up. Lives up! That was one of those games that was saved by Total Biscuit, actually. The first Ziggurat. Total Biscuit made a very, very, very glowing WTF is of it. And, uh-oh. Interrupted by a Wolverine? Oh, Jesus. Let's deal with that Wolverine real quick. And it's dead. Oh, nope, never mind. It went and got caught in my cages. You like being a wizard? The first Ziggurat is good, but the problem with the first Ziggurat in 2020 is they kind of stopped updating it, which you'd think it'd be fine, right? Until you realize it doesn't run at modern resolutions anymore. Like, I think 1920 by 1080 is the highest it goes. It doesn't have a windowed mode option, doesn't play nice with borderless gaming, and will crash if you have multiple monitors plugged in. So. But yeah, if you like being a wizard, you should keep an eye out for that when it drops. I'll definitely be playing it. You've been playing Destiny all morning. Yeah, meeting went well. So I got assigned to. Oh, that's good. Well, I'm glad things are going well. I signed up for mail-in voting because screw going into a building, small space with a lot of people to vote. Screw that. Something that makes me endlessly sad is one of the saddest things about TB that was told to me in the past little while was Epion mentioned that Total Biscuit told him that he was going to help him boost the fuck out of Jupiter Hell when it released. Because Total Biscuit was a big fan of Doom the Roguelike, which was his previous game, and it makes me so sad that it's just like... You can't play DF above 1920 by 1080. Yeah, but DF's a unique case, right? You can get higher resolution tile sets for DF. He really was. Like, he wasn't a perfect person by any stretch. Like, but then again, nobody's perfect. Let's remove that. You have Krug Smash? I think that the people who have kind of filled the niche that Total Biscuit filled are... Is Mandalore Gaming? I hate to say this, but Seth. Like, to me, in my mind, Seth and Mandalore have kind of filled that niche. Well, absolutely, it's okay. Enjoy your lurks, man. Pink Fluffy has died of thirst. Well, at least you didn't kill anybody in the process. Pink Fluffy, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. It's like nobody really... But like as far as relevance goes, no one's really come close to pulling off what EB did, right? Jim Sterling is similar, but Jim Sterling has always just kind of filled his own weird niche. Jim Sterling's more of a news guy, less of a reviews guy, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's kind of a difference between the reviews people and the news people, you know? No. No one's ever going to replicate TB's influence in the industry at all. No, I mean, Sterling is a columnist. He's a writer, right? He's like the equivalent of somebody who writes blogs about news that's going on in the game industry. He's a reporter. He's not a reviewer. He hasn't been a reviewer in a long time. TB didn't do reviews. He did impressions, right? Like, was kind of massive on the scene. What's even funny though is like, yeah, no, like to people who didn't know TB at the time, if you show them his YouTube channel, they're like, oh, so he was a YouTuber with 2 million subs. Who cares? But people don't realize how big that was at the time. Like, by today's standards, TB was, like, in the 60 millions, right? Like, if TB just kept up at the same rate that he was going, he'd be, you know, he'd be in the millions of followers, stats-wise. Like, if he never came down with cancer and just kept powering forward in the direction he was going at the rate that he was going, he certainly would have grown past the... Because there was a point where he was uploading, like, 2 to 3 WTF is a day, right? And when he was at that peak level of growth, he was, if he'd kept that up at any level, he would be in the tens of millions. He punched way higher than his numbers in the scene. And he had a following that supported the games he buys. And that's why I say that I feel like Mandalore and Seth have kind of replaced it. Because they're like the only people on the scene right now as far as like YouTube gaming people go that can point their audience at a game and be like, make this game successful. And then boom, it's successful, right? Like the video that it's kind of a Seth plus Mandalore video because both of them worked on it, but the Brigador video, it doubled Brigador's sales in like a matter of weeks. Not all the viewers knew who he was, but absolutely everyone that had anything to do with gaming did. Yes. His influence, everyone's who's Let's Play hero. He was kind of that person who got involved and follow people involved rather than the capitals. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would have ended up doing this full time if it wasn't for TV. I feel like I go on these tirades like once every couple of weeks. I'll just sit here and like reminisce on Total Biscuit for a week. I don't know. There's just nobody quite like him anymore. Like the day that he passed away, I literally just like got up from my chair and walked over to the fridge and came back with a beer. And I'm like, guys, the rest of the stream's going to be a bummer. Total Biscuit just died. Rip lull, indeed. And I still go back and watch some of his old videos. I don't know. There's a lot of games that I've seen come out since. And I always look at them and I go, I mean, TB used to do that all the time. They used to do that with Co-optional. They would just mention a game or a website and the site would go down. I feel the need to just say this. I think Seth points his audience at games that deserve recognition, and I think he does a very good job of that. Fucking hate his sense of humor. I wish he would just shut up. But he supports games that deserve it, so I respect him for that. Why does this game have no FOV slider? Yeah, and I thank him for that. You don't think you know who I'm talking about? Seth or Total Biscuit? Although, I'm proud of what we were able to achieve as a little crew / community over the past couple weeks, months. Lost Flame, this game, now has 10 reviews. And they had 6 when I started streaming it not too long ago. And every single one of the reviews that's happened since like this year's started has been people from this community. So that's fucking rad. Either of them? Total Biscuit is this guy. Lull. He's the lull emote. He's Total Biscuit, the cynical Brit. He originally worked on a World of Warcraft fan station and kind of helped pioneer the whole concept of first impressions videos on YouTube and was one of the most influential gaming YouTubers ever. Period. Yeah, and he also was incredibly important to the StarCraft 2 esports scene. Massive for the time, yeah. And he died of colon cancer, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. He was extremely young, too. He was only in his 30s. And Seth is a current YouTuber. If you just type in Seth with 2 S's, S-E-T-H, makes very edgy reviews of games. By edgy, I mean, like, he'll make a bunch of jokes about autism and jihad throughout, and terrorism. He'll make a lot of edgy jokes during his reviews, but his reviews are incredibly well written, and he promotes games that very much deserve it. So, yeah, no, Total Biscuit was incredibly important to PC gaming, and I think he also coined the term roguelite. He was a champion for accessibility in certain formats. Like, he was at the forefront of give every single first-person game an FOV slider fight. He also did some kind of really shitty, stupid things because he liked to just talk. Seth, the professional Android. Yeah, pretty much. And it's the type of humor I hate, Rums. So I respect the games that he promotes. That being said, he has single-handedly almost ruined communities. Although, that being said, he's like kind of stepped away from that a little bit in his last few reviews. Like, I've watched a couple of his recent videos, and he's gotten a lot better. Yeah, I mean, when Seth put out a review about when Seth put out a review of Dwarf Fortress, I almost stopped streaming Dwarf Fortress because my chat was unreadable for a while. And I got trolled a bunch, and the harassment kicked up. Okay, well, that dwarf will get buried. What is this, Pong? What? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed all the humor in that for a second. I just went right over my head. Excited. I get it. Hey, Dave. Alrighty, enjoy the lurks. Cheers, man. Yeah, no, it went over my head initially. I was just confused as to what you were saying. Like, what do you mean, Pong? No, obviously, I play this game with a mouse. See? I play this game with a mouse. Actually, I think it's a rat, but... It sucks, yeah, but at the same time, he promotes games that deserve being promoted, right? So I respect him for that, but I hate his community. What does that mean? Well, exclamation point Patreon is a command. That links to the place where you give me money so that I can buy groceries. If you want. And the @BlindIRL is my Twitter handle.
For everyone!
And 1,660 is the number of streams I've done. I've streamed 1,660 times. Yesterday was 1,659. The day before that was 1,658. 1660 was the year you were... that's the year I was born. Yep. Mm-hmm. And I'm streaming for 6,660 years. Ah! But yeah, that's what it means. I don't know. I like Mandalore's sense of humor a lot more. Another person who I heavily recommend to people who like video games and like videos about video games is Racevic, but Racevic is a lot more console focused than PC focused even. He was very obviously an Xbox kid, you know? that kind of stuff. I'll link him if you guys want it. Racevic and Super Bunny Hop. Racevic. Also, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend watch Super Bunny Hop's last 2 videos, because his 2 most recent videos are both extremely good. The video he did on creation myths and religion or not that one. The video that he did on Total War Troy, and the video he did on Hades and Gods and Story and History discussion. Yeah, watch Bunny Hop's video on Total War Troy and Bunny Hop's video on Hades, because his video on Hades is fascinating. Find someone who likes the same games as you, or find someone who has polar opposite tastes than you, because then you know if they hate a game, it's for you. I love putting the focus on games that released absolute trash and giving it fair criticism. You would have hated Fallout? What, the new Fallout? Yeah. I don't know. That was also at a time where there wasn't as much trash on Steam, so when trash came out on Steam, that was a weird thing. I've been streaming for 8 years, technically, but the first year was very on and off, and I wasn't counting. The second year, I also wasn't counting, and it was very on and off, and then the third year, I started counting. So. You do indeed hear Dungeon of the Endless OST. Every single one of the Endless games is fantastic, and they all have fantastic OSTs. You know, I remember seeing a comment on an article. I think it was a Polygon article where they were talking about how bad Fallout 76 is. And the comment was just, man, I wish Total Biscuit wasn't dead so he could have shredded this. Fair enough. I mean, if you don't like some of the things that got greenlit, yeah. George Socks. Yeah, I wish I bought George Socks. I didn't buy George Socks. I was broke socks at the time. I've thought about making socks like that. But Sunless Sea. Sunless Sea is a text adventure with other stuff on top of it. I'm so torn as to whether or not I like Humble these days. Oh shit, you came back. Hang in there. I have. It's okay. I listen to the Sunless OSTs from time to time. I kind of like work on a rotation. On the passing of Eddie Van Halen, it sucks. I don't like all of their music, but it sucks that Eddie died. He was a very influential artist. He's had a few near misses though, so it's not entirely surprising. I'm not a huge Van Halen fan, so. Don't I have an Etten cage? Fuck's my Etten? I didn't butcher an et. I can't do that. No, it's still there. On lime seltzer water. Confusion as to why this question is being asked. I mean, I like seltzer water. Lime seltzer water is pretty good. Why lime specifically? Shadowgate? I'm not familiar. And haven't heard the music. Looking it up. Never heard of it. It's a point and click adventure, which would be why I've never heard of it. I don't know what the music sounds like, so can't speak to it. From death, but death is such an important topic. Something we all must do one day. I don't think I'm anywhere near as disturbed by death as a lot of people are. It's interesting, like the studying of monks, where if you think about death once a day, you'll be a significant percentage happier and more at peace with yourself and your life. Sure. I'll make exclamation point roguelike. So whenever you guys see somebody mischaracterize a roguelike, exclamation point roguelike. There you go. Done. Given afterlife? I don't care. Silence and blackness seems a little bit, Hades is a roguelike, right? Kappa. Also, I shouldn't have put the how about this at the beginning of it. I'm smart. Streamer did a good. I fixed it. Yeah, and that's why we test things. But don't. Suicidal is fucking cowardly. Suicide is cowardice. It's, Lycrum, thanks for subscribing at tier 1 for the first time. Whenever I get new subscribers, I'm like shocked because it happens so rarely and I don't know what to do, but thank you very much. Ducky says cheers. Because Ducky has shot glass. So cheers. Ink. No, but like, seriously though, jokes, like, bullshit aside, suicide is complete and utter total fucking cowardice. We'll see you later, Warm Shadow. And it's like, there's two things about Western culture that drive me bonkers to no end. Western people's inability to not fear our own bodies and our prudishness. Yeah, I know. It's fine. I'm just talking because they're on the subject. And our tabooness around death. Death isn't something you talk about. It's not something you think about. It's something you ignore. But it's like, it's inevitable. And if you think about your life in terms of the fact that you don't know how many days you have left, holy balls, it increases your productivity. Like, if you think about your life as an, oh, I'm never going to die and I'm going to be rich one day, you'll never get anything fucking done. But if you sit down and go, have a little bit of healthy existential crisis, god damn, you get stuff done. From your first job to your second one, are you unhappy with your job? Which is like one of the reasons why I do this, right? Like, I stream video games on the internet because I get to improve X number of people's day every day. And that gives me purpose in life. Could I make more money working as a janitor somewhere? Yes. But how does that help me or help other people? It really doesn't. You can thank Catholicism for that, Exxon. There's no reason to be scared. Yeah, you won't notice. Exactly. Oh, I mean, I probably already do have, but I've never heard it. I'll give it a bash off stream. I don't need to get permission for most video game OSTs. I can just play video game OSTs. But yeah, no, I don't want there to be an afterlife. Afterlife sounds like the most goddamn frustrating thing in the world. Don't you through for YouTube? No. I mean, I can check if it's licensed to be used on YouTube. It probably is. Like, the vast majority of video game soundtracks are licensed to be used on YouTube. Although there's a few that aren't. Looking at you, Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, that fucking copyrights me every time. It's okay. Everyone's response to get over laziness and productivity. Get a room with a nice view of a graveyard. Oh, I like that quote. That's a good quote. I've never heard that one, but I'm gonna use it. Yeah, because Nintendo are a bunch of titwankers that are all just gonna be like, yo, you used our music? You're not monetizing that. Even if it's like a fucking remix. It's like, oh, this is a cover of our music? How dare you, fiend? Yeah, Nintendo's great. This is why I don't stream Nintendo stuff. Japan! I just want to give you free advertising, and you're all like, nope, okay. Cool. See, some developers thank me when I stream their stuff. Bow, bow, bow. 7.1% done. Wow, 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 wow. And a tribute from Busty Jismok has arrived. I mean, there's a reason why I just send emails to small record labels and say please, and then they send me back a permission letter, usually. So the group of alchemy have brought us 1 hazelwood crutch, 5 prickle berries, 1 set of 5 sheep cheese, 5 artichoke hearts, 5 prepared leopard hearts. Oh god, aren't those endangered? 5 leeks, 1 iron pick, and 1 pyrolusite block. You liked it? Weedpecker's fucking good. Also, if you like Weedpecker, you should give Dope Lord a listen, which is the guitarist's other band. In theory, we could make money off of you, maybe. So, no, you can't make money, because we might want to make money off of you, in theory, maybe. Fan-made takedowns are reasonable? To an extent. Depends on the situation. Not Goffer's experiencing emotional shock. What? Not Goffer was happy last time I looked. Alright, you know what? Hold up. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Hold up. Just... I don't know what we're doing, but just stop. Okay? Just... I've just suspended and canceled every job. I've just go take a break, dwarves. You guys need a goddamn vacation, and I can tell. I get it. Because I just want them to go write books and take a break. After they throw those dead buzzards into the trash bin. Might be back before end of stream. Have good time at lab. We'll see when we see you. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of real annoying existential things in life, but it's part of what, in my opinion, makes life entertaining, you know? If we didn't live in a constant level of stress and dread, would life even be worth living? Kind of a shadowing as to why I think everybody needs to watch that Super Bunny Hop video about Hades. It talks about existentialism in a really interesting way. Can I link it on Discord? Potentially. It is now over in off topic in a second. So instead you want to look at me not say anything for a minute while I link a video. Just saying. Elves are here to trade. Okay, it's up on the Discord. But asking me to link something is like saying, hey, streamer, do nothing for the next 2 minutes and link something for me. Instead of, you know, just going and finding it. 16 minutes. That's all. What happened to the other elf? Why are you walking so slow, other elf? Odd. It's 16 watching you instead. Well, I mean, that's not what I meant, but whatever. I don't know. I open stuff up in other tabs all the time and then not leave streams, but it's fine. You do what you want. But yeah, this is my stream. Weird existentialism. I think it's what you call depression. Gotta love these children just standing inside, getting completely nauseated by the sun. Mobile? Ugh. Gross. I used to watch streams on mobile all the time. It sucked. Which has never quite made their app what it should be. Twitch's app has always been kind of lacking for some reason or another. Can't sell those maple barrels, but all those pots are good. Buy the clay, and we'll buy the dress. Why not? You want me to make windows? Where's my glass maker? Oh, I had a glass maker. Where did I put it? There it is, glass furnace. That's a kiln. What? Green glass. The existential anguish, not so much. I think existentialism is fascinating, personally. Also, heads up chat, investments are open. You did it bad? How so? What bad did you do? I crowd surfed. I did a bad once. I crowd surfed at the wrong metal show and damaged my knee. And now I can't walk very far. Now I need to go to hospital at some point and get x-rays done. Because woo! With the link? Eh, it's fine. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. We made your windows. Hope Squug's happy. Satisfied chaining up a creature. What creature did you chain up? Oh, who did you just... What is it? Why did you just put animal in prison? What did he do? Probably because we didn't make your windows fast enough. Yep. Wait, what? Violation export probe. Yeah, we took too long to make his windows, apparently. Exclamation point tickets. I mean, it says that they're called tickets in the thing. Oh, neat. What light novel, Dragon Man? Japan loves their light novel. Best of luck, Xade. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be my day off. By the grace of God's not familiar. I need the day off. I like the board game nights I do with the team a whole lot, but they kind of turn my day off into not really a day off. Mentally, it's a little tough. So I kind of only really get a day off every other week now. Good job, Xaid. The one who you owe your dwarf's existence to? How is your dwarf doing? I've got some, like, weirdly, suddenly very upset dwarves. You got rained on, and that's very annoying, but blissful remembering your bedroom. I think you're okay. Currently, you're okay. Most of the dwarves are taking breaks now, which is good. Pondering etymology and very large numbers. Have you written any books today? No. Nothing new. Yeah, she's just running around and playing. That's all the kids really can do, because child does as he pleases. I need to get off of Nintendo's marketing lists, because I still get emails about Switch games being on sale, and I don't even own a goddamn Switch. And holy crap, Jess! Hi! Hi, Jess. Hi, Raiders. Solantre, what's up? What's up, Jess? You guys don't know Jess. Jess, part of my stream team. Our newest recruit. He's been playing a whole lot of the Crusader Kings 3. A whole lot of the Crusader Kings. Holy crap. You know you're not wrong. I did get the... I didn't say holy underscore Jess. Also, Wild Peak, thank you very much for the 25th month. Welcome back. Just over 2 goddamn years. Gonna get a round of beers for the Raiders and for Wild Peak. Also, another thing worth noting is you guys really should go follow Jess. Okay? Can you do that for me? Hey, been jamming raps. How's things? And Infinity, hi, hello. How's things? I think we got enough beer to put us all under the table here. Also, I like the Jesse Cox emotes, been jamming raps. Good shit. I see you are a friend of culture as well. It is. I like Jesse. You were playing Darkwood and it spooked you? Ooh. It's unfortunately not an option for the rest of us Benjamin, but yeah. I would actually consider doing something like that if it was an option. $5 and you stay subbed for life. Please give me money on Patreon. I'd probably do that. He's actually like talked a couple times about how he would totally swap over to monthly subs if everybody who previously subbed could keep their subscriptions. But Twitch can't do that, so. I've had a lot of people telling me to play Darkwood. Yes, I think I might just like throw a curveball and play Darkwood for Christmas. And play, because I want to play through Fear for Halloween. So I love Fear. And Fear's not super long. I could probably do Fear in a week as an evening game. I'll just power through that shit. Because Monolith Soft, you're so fucking beautiful. I don't know. Has anybody here played Fear? Fear has like some of the best guns in any video game, including a gun that just shoots nails that are that long and will just like spike people to walls. It's so... Mwah. Also, then Spooky Girl teleport through wall and scare you and go blah in your face, and then you scream, and then you keep playing. Do you have a Jesse Cox sub? I think it's $2.99 for life. Alistair, hello. Late's acceptable. Food acquisition? I mean, food acquisition is important to acquisition. But to anybody piling in from Jess's stream, hello, my name's Greg. The internet calls me blind because I don't see very well. I play games that are incomprehensible to normal human beings. This is Dwarf Fortress. It's significantly more complicated mechanics-wise than Crusader Kings, but a much easier game to actually play once you know it. Welcome to Dwarfs. A game about dwarves and their hobbies and vomiting everywhere. Mostly vomiting everywhere. And a little bit later today, I'm going to be playing a little dungeon crawler, which I very much enjoy. Which, as a community, me and friends here were able to actually get it up to 10 reviews, so it has a rating now. Which makes me so happy. It has 10 reviews! It was at 6, like a month ago. We got it up to 10. Luckily, cats haven't died from alcohol poisoning in years. That was a very old bug that no longer exists and hasn't existed for a very long time. It was a very temporary thing. It was just so memorable that it stays at the forefront of everybody's memory. As everybody always asks Tarn Adams what his favorite bug in the game was. No one ever talks about the babies mind controlling their mothers into corners until they starved to death. No one talks about that bug, but it was just as annoying. And much more recent. But it also has since been fixed. No one talks about dwarves getting stuck in trees and it causing the frame death of the universe. Although the other favorite one of people is cats breeding so quickly that they cause thermonuclear cat explosions. But that also doesn't happen anymore. Get wrecked, one other, yeah. Other person giving channel points at the same time. But how was the stream today, Jess? What kind of shenanigans did you get up to in Darkwood? Who would toss them up there? Well, I mean, there's a very long saying in Dwarf Fortress, which is, how do you get an elephant out of a tree? You let it stand on a leaf and wait for fall. You want to see a thermonuclear cat explosion? Thermonuclear cat explosions is what happened when you had 2 cats in a room by themselves with other cats. And if they start breeding, they would get to a point where they would rapidly breed so quickly that it would exponentially, it was something like, it was 60 something cats. If you had a specific number of cats in a room, they would breed so fast, it would immediately kill the frame rate and your fort would die. So you get flooded by cats and it overloads your computer's ability to process what's going on, and your computer crashes. But it, again, also didn't last very long. Of how many interlocking systems the game has? Oh, absolutely, yeah. How do you, you open the door and put it in? X8? I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. It's an old one. And then it's, how do you put 2 elephants in a fridge? You open the door and put them both in. How do you put 3 elephants in a fridge? You open the doors and put them in. And then how many elephants are in that Volkswagen Beetle? None, because they're all in the fridge. Well, I mean, what do you get out of it? What do you put in a toaster? Bread. Obviously. So many people say toast. They stop, they go to say toast, and then they stop. Yeah, exactly. Or if you're Richard Hammer, a cigarette. Was it possible to stave off the thermonuclear cat explosion with beer? Here's the thing. Those 2 bugs didn't happen at the same time. Because thermonuclear cat explosion happened when they were working on breeding and in animal species. And then the cats dying in the tavern happened later when they added in cleaning, bathing, poisons, and a bunch of other things. So they happened separately at different times and couldn't stave off each other. You can stick many things in a toaster like a hand. I watched a video of somebody doing that once. Corey, Mr. Safety. Good old-fashioned days of YouTube pain.
Just the tip kappa emoji.
Just the tip kappa emoji. Damn, dude! That's a lot of fucking money. Thank you for the 50 bucks. Cheers. That always shuts my brain off when that happens. Okay, just, chat, do the thing where you put the beer in the chat. Big thank you. Seriously. Thank you. That's like 2 weeks worth of food for me. My food budget's low. Get me rice and beans. But seriously, thank you. I am the licker, Randy? What are you licking? Please don't lick doorknobs. That's bad. Unless you sanitize the doorknob first, but still probably not recommendable. I still just got a few, like, seemingly unsavable dwarves. Only lick doorknobs you know, with consent from the doorknob. The 5-second rule apply to the floor? I have a very, like, theoretical question for you, Alistair. How do you drop a floor onto a floor to have a 5-second rule? Because, like, unless, like, a floor has only existed for 5 seconds, like, if you just laid the floor and you have, like, you count to 5, you can pick up that floor in 5 seconds. Delirium? Oh, yeah, delirium makes good stuff. Delirium. The humans are here to trade. Humans, more like humans. The capital U's. Yeah, I've actually had delirium beer. I can get them in the import section every so often. Yeet. With undiluted chemicals. Maybe don't lick that floor, but not for the reasons of the floor being dirty. It's because it'll clean your insides out too effectively. Also, why are you just standing up there, human? Man, it took your 2 dudes behind you a little while to show up. God damn. I'm not sure which one I've had. I've had the pink one. The pink delirium. Which is Nocturium. That one. Oh, their logo's pink, so derp. But no, I've had Nocturium. This one. You have to be 21 years of age in the States or 18 or over in the country of the legal drinking age, yada yada bullshit. Just that one. That's the one I've had. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We are in a civil war and trying to kill each other, as humans do. What requests do you have of our merchants? You're requesting wood? How strange. Well, that'll just cause us to start a war with the elves instead of you, and then they'll come attack us. But we'll still trade with you. What requests? Here's what you're requesting, and let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your grand craftsmanship, which is legend in these parts. They want toys, footwear, figurines, cut gems, leather water skins, ammunition, tanned hides, splints, cloth, and cheese. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I hear the tavern is open. I shall be going now. Have the bottles of the... I've never seen them in 750 mils. I've only ever seen them in the small bottles, which is a little bit annoying. A little bit annoying. Because they're like kind of too expensive per bottle. It's like $4 a bottle. It's like, could you just put that in a 6-pack, please? And charge me like a reasonable amount for it? But the floor can be considered to be on the floor. I guess if you built the floor on a floor, then you could 5-second rule the floor, but not before you build the floor on the floor. But then that would only work once, because once you've built the floor on the floor, then it's a permanently floored floor on the floor. And it's been there for more than 5 seconds, thus your 5-second rule is done. Ow, my brain. As my dwarves bring all of our crafts and things. Don't know why they don't fill that up. Also, Wild Peak, I totally didn't see your host, by the way. Which came in like at the same time that Jess rated me. I didn't get a notification for that anywhere. Thank you. Twitch supposedly like disabled notifications for hosts under 5 viewers to remove bot spam, but it now just like completely eats all the notifications, which just kind of sucks. Supposedly they turned it off or are turning it off, but I don't know, I just don't get notifications for smaller hosts anymore, and it sucks. Shame about the price. There's a lot of like import beers that ever since like 2018 just became completely unaffordable here. Like, especially American beer. There's some US craft breweries that I really like that I used to be able to get on imports all the time up here for relatively reasonable prices, and then out of kind of nowhere, they just went from being perfectly reasonably affordable to you're charging $45 for a 6-pack? Fucking hell, dude. 40 months.
40 months. Bring the hype crib pog.
There haven't been too many of those, man. Like maybe 4 or 5. But thank you very much for the 40th month on the 40th month streak. Cheers, man. Can I get a big old round of beers for Who Grew? Being around the stream for a goddamn long time. Yeah, no, that's what the post said, or the email I got said. And their tweet said. And you get the pirate pack from the restaurant. You have to answer. I wouldn't eat it. Would ask for a new one. If I was at a restaurant. If I was at home, I'd cook a new one. Especially in 2020. Voozle's mortified. What? Mortified on being uncovered. What? Your clothes rotting off your body? Like what? No. Okay, hold on. Apparently I don't have enough clothing, which is odd, because I certainly do have enough clothing. Also, I need a different manager. No, Hobo's the manager. That's fine. Squigly's still the manager. I mean, I wouldn't have done it before COVID-19 either. If something like that touches the floor, you don't eat it. That's gross. There is no 5-second rule. Like I'll joke about the 5-second rule, but no, if you drop food on the floor, don't fucking eat that shit. Come on. I'm buying clay for the purpose of clay crafts. Yeah, the recent depression might actually be because of the clothing shortage, if there is actually one. Little dirt is fine, but if I'm at a restaurant and it falls under the table, I ain't eating that. If I'm outside and I'm camping and it falls on the ground, I'll eat that. If I'm in a place where people's shoes come in and out of the city and touch the ground, I ain't eating that. Does that make sense? Like if I'm camping, right, and a marshmallow falls on the ground, I'll still pick that up and put that on my stick and roast it over the fire, no problems. But if I'm in a restaurant and a French fry falls on the ground, that French fry's done. Like, it's out. It's gone. Bye-bye. Peace out. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. That's kind of the line that I draw. Like if I'm in a park, a public park that's just like all grass, and I have a blanket, and I brought a packed lunch or a towel, and I'm sitting on the beach, and you drop your food like on the grass, fuck yeah, I'll eat that, no problem. Yeah, there's plenty of gray zone. It's all about the situation, right? Like you guys are all talking about restaurants. Abso-fucking-lutely not. There is no situation in hell why I would eat it. And not because I'm scared of dirt. It's because I'm scared of somebody tracking oil in from a car with an oil leak. Maybe somebody was at a gas station recently and stepped in gas. Maybe somebody, would I eat a goldfish? A live goldfish? So you're asking me, would I hurt a living creature or a dead goldfish? Cooked? Fuck yeah, I'd eat a cooked goldfish for free. I mean, I have fucking tins of pickled sardines in my cupboard, which I eat like a snack. Fuck yeah, I'd eat a cooked goldfish. 5,000 cash? God, absolutely, no questions asked, man. I'd eat a whole fucking salmon cooked, head and all, for 5,000 cash. Would you eat a cooked fish? Yes. Any questions? Bones and all. Crunch. Give me that shit. Oh, hell yeah. For 5,000 cash? Wait, Why is that even a question? I'd cook a goldfish for free. No, dude, they might be fit. Like, the pickled sardines I have the heads still on and the bones in. You just eat them. Fuck yeah. They're tasty. Why not? Like, you give me 5,000 cash, I'll go grab a tin of them and eat them right here. Might as well be a goldfish, about the same size or about that big. Yeah, just look at Jackass. All right. That's just funny. I've eaten shrimp shells, yeah. Foozle, have you gone and gotten clothes? Yeah, you have a tunic. Interested near my door. Practice some martial art. In the bear fighters. For KFC of all things. Yeah, no, I'm endlessly amused when people ask about, like, foods that are widely considered to be disgusting that I think are just delicious. And then my response is like, oh, hell yeah, I'd eat that. Hell yeah. It's just funny. I mean, I literally ate that yesterday. What? I didn't have smoked salmon, but I had roasted salmon last night. So. Eggplant is tasty. If cooked well. If poorly cooked, it's kind of meh, but isn't that anything? If you cook it right, it's good. If you don't cook it right, it's kind of eh. Dwarves be dancing. But do I like planting eggs? I'll be honest with you, I've never actually tried planting an egg, so. I don't think that's how that works, but we need more science to find out. Science has not figured out how eggplants are made yet, so. Fried green tomatoes are tasty. Now we're just talking about good food. Oh yeah, true. It wouldn't be worth 5,000 Zimbabwe dollars now that I think about it. But like American dollars, heck yeah. Or Canadian dollars even. I would eat that for way less than that because I'm one of those weirdos that likes that shit. I've eaten rotten, disgusting Swedish fish meat and I genuinely think it tastes good. But 5 kilograms? I don't know, that's a lot. If I could eat it over a few days, I wouldn't want to do that in one sitting because that would make me sick. But that would be that issue with anything. I don't think I've ever eaten shark meat. Here's the thing with me, right? I'll eat anything. Quite literally. If it's considered to be safe and edible and somebody likes it, I'll try almost anything one. I've never eaten shark. Actually, no, that's not totally true. I wouldn't eat whale. If someone gave me whale meat, I wouldn't eat whale meat. That's one of the few things I wouldn't eat. Even if it was handed to me. I've had people ask me this a lot recently. I've been thinking about it. I wouldn't eat whale. My arm is hurting, so I'm stretching. What year are we on? 76. Bad year. Lost a bunch of dwarves this year. Frame rate's still fine, though. Eric Shadowblade's fallen into a fit of depression, though. Yeah, Eric Shadowblade, you're a dwarf that I'm super confused by. I don't know what happened. Hey, Suey. On the topic of dwarves that were depressed but aren't anymore. Suey, I'll have you know that you and your husband, Hot Cup of Tea, have had 2 kids. Orange and Apostle. And you're satisfied at work? You're a good happy dwarf. Planting a lot of seeds. Unlike that one who's just a flashing exclamation point right next to you. Also, to those of you who are kind of uninitiated on DF stuff, have you guys seen the recent screenshots, which I made a video out of? I'll just show you. They're dwarfs. Also, this is the debug creature. This little bloke. We need to, like, force them to put this dude into the game as more than just a debug creature. Because, like, it's so cool. We want debug. Put debug dude in game. Yeah, I won't eat any endangered species, period. But then again, I only eat organic meats. What would it be called, though? I don't know. Blubberface. That's the first thing that came to mind because we were talking about whales. I don't know. Probably just make him some sort of cavern creature. Forgotten Beast. Debug. It's like what's the name? Missing No? The Pokemon that's just like an error code. Stone Mimic. You can make him like a Stone Mimic, and they just like hide in mountains, and then when you're mining, when you collide with it and your pick hits it, it just like comes running out of the stone. That could be kind of. But no, I think we've had a productive day in the forts. And to those of you who haven't seen it, we've put a lot of work into our maze, which we are going to be storing ancient, giant, dangerous creatures in. And making them fight, as you do. I hope that they do. Everybody likes the debug creature so much. I hope that they do something with the debug creature, because the debug creature is great. But yeah, today's been a good day in Dwarfs. We've made quite a lot of progress. We're up to year 76, late summer. And since we did some yesterday, and it's been popular, and I want to do some more, we're going to play some more Lost Flame. So to those of you who are here specifically for Dwarfs, I can recommend Salford Sal or Scoundrel M and the Crypt Beards. Or Pythania, actually. Those are all people that I recognize who've been streaming Dwarfs quite a bit. who you could go watch if you'd like, but we're gonna keep the stream going. We're gonna go play a little bit of another game for the remainder of the stream. And then, of course, tomorrow will be my normally scheduled day where I do nothing. If you haven't seen this game before, a little Dark Souls inspired traditional roguelike. I'll link it in the chat in a second. And if you're sticking around, type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. And I know Peter was kind of disappointed when I forgot to change my game name at the start of this. Time to get all cozy. Comfy and cozy.